Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The silence in the sublevels of the Blackwood Institute for Historical Preservation was a living entity. A creature woven from dust motes dancing in the occasional sliver of light, the faint, dry rustle of brittle parchment, and the almost imperceptible sigh of centuries settling upon forgotten things. Clara Holloway breathed it in like air, this silence. It was her sanctuary, her collaborator. Here, amidst the labyrinthine steel shelving groaning under the weight of humanity's discarded narratives, she found her peculiar solace. At 37, her life was a meticulously catalogued affair, her passions filed neatly between the tangible remnants of lives long extinguished and the quiet, ordered comfort of her small, book-lined apartment. Today, however, the silence felt different, heavier, expectant. It had begun with the crate, not an official acquisition, not something neatly entered into their digital ledgers with a provenance report and accession number. This crate was an anomaly, a ghost in their meticulously ordered machine. It had been unearthed during the recent, much-needed, and chronically underfunded structural renovations in the Institute's oldest foundations, a section dating back to the original 17th century manor upon which the modern edifice had been built. The construction crew, unnerved by its weight and the strange, cold aura emanating from it, had simply left it in the deepest, least visited section of the sub-archives, a place Clara privately called the Necropolis of Lost Causes. It was there, amidst forgotten Victorian taxidermy and crates of unidentifiable rust-caked machinery, that Clara had found it. The crate itself was a marvel of grim antiquity. Thick, iron-black timbers, banded with heavily corroded iron, its lid sealed not with nails, but with intricate, interlocking hasps that seemed to defy conventional locksmithing. There were no markings, no symbols, save for a faint, almost obliterated sigil on one of the iron bands, a complex spiraling design that tugged at some forgotten primal recess of her memory, like a half-remembered nightmare. Getting it open had been an exercise, in frustration and eventually brute force. Elias Thorne, the Institute's burly, taciturn head of security and general factotum, no relation, Clara often mused, to the more adventurous, almost mythical Thorns of historical and, some whispered, occult legend, had finally managed to pry the lid open with a crowbar, the ancient wood groaning in protest, the hasps snapping with a sound like breaking bones. Elias, a man not easily spooked, had wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and muttered something about bad vibes before hastily excusing himself, leaving Clara alone with the crate's revealed contents. Inside, nestled within a bed of what had once been rich, black velvet, now decayed into a brittle, cobweb-like dust, lay the object, the obsidian libretto. Clara didn't know, of course, that this was what it would come to be called, what horrors it would unleash. At that moment, it was simply the most beautiful, most unsettling artifact she had ever encountered. It was a bound volume, roughly the size of a large folio, its covers crafted from a single, unblemished piece of polished obsidian, so black it seemed to drink the very light from the dim, flickering utility bulb overhead. There was no title, no author, no indication of its purpose, save for the intricate silver-inlaid clasps that held it shut. With trembling fingers, Clara unfastened the clasps. They opened with a faint, sighing click, a sound that seemed to echo in the oppressive silence of the sub-archive. She lifted the heavy obsidian cover. The pages within were not paper, not vellum, not even papyrus. They were impossibly thin sheets of the same polished obsidian, each one etched with an intricate, flowing script unlike any language Clara had ever seen. The glyphs were a mesmerizing, terrifying blend of razor-sharp angles and sensuous, impossible curves seeming to writhe and shift in her peripheral vision, as if alive. The script radiated a profound, bone-deep coldness, a cold that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature of the subarchive, and with it, a strange, almost inaudible hum, a vibration that she felt more in her teeth, in her sternum, than heard with her ears. A shiver traced its way down Clara's spine, a sensation that was equal parts scholarly excitement and primal, inexplicable dread. This was unprecedented, an artifact of unknown origin, unknown purpose, crafted from a material and with a skill that seemed to defy known historical precedent. Her archivist's soul thrilled at the challenge, at the mystery. Yet, some deeper, older part of her, the part that still remembered childhood fears of the dark, whispered a silent, urgent warning. She should have left it there, in the necropolis of lost causes, sealed it back in its iron-banded prison. But the libretto, it called to her. Not with a voice, not with a sound, but with a silent, irresistible pull, a promise of forgotten knowledge, of unveiled secrets. Carefully, reverently, she lifted the obsidian libretto from its bed of decaying velvet. It was heavier than it looked, its coldness seeping into her fingertips, a chill that seemed to spread up her arms, into her chest. She carried it back to her small, cluttered study nook in the main archives, a tiny island of organized chaos amidst the towering steel shelves. There, under the familiar, comforting glow of her green-shaded desk lamp, she laid it open, its obsidian pages reflecting the light like pools of frozen night. The subtle disturbances began that evening. Clara, working late as she often did, her dinner a forgotten sandwich at the edge of her desk, found her meticulously arranged research notes for the upcoming Blackwood Patrons Gala inexplicably shuffled. A rare first edition volume of Elizabethan poetry, which she had been carefully cross-referencing, was found on the floor, its spine cracked, as if it had been thrown with considerable force. Cold spots, sudden and intense, would bloom in the air around her, raising gooseflesh on her arms, only to vanish as quickly as they appeared. And the feeling of being watched, it was constant now. A prickling sensation at the back of her neck, a sense of unseen eyes fixed upon her, judging, waiting. Her dreams, usually a benign jumble of archival data and half-remembered historical figures, became vivid, unsettling, filled with vast, shadowy concert halls, an orchestra of faceless musicians playing instruments of bone and shadow, and a conductor, a tall, elegant figure wreathed in darkness. Its gestures precise, demanding, drawing forth a music that was both terrifyingly discordant and achingly, heartbreakingly beautiful. A music she could feel, could almost taste, but could never quite hear upon waking. The melodies, or rather, the emotional resonance of them, lingered, leaving her with a profound sense of melancholy, of a beauty so terrible it bordered on madness. After 3 days of escalating unease and sleep deprivation, Clara knew she couldn't keep this to herself any longer. She needed a second opinion, a rational mind to dispel the encroaching shadows of her own overwrought imagination. She needed Dr. Alistair Cole. Alistair, a respected historian in his early 50s, was Clara's senior colleague, her mentor, and, in the quiet, unacknowledged corners of her solitary heart, perhaps something more. He was a man of keen intellect, meticulous scholarship, and a comforting, grounded rationality that had often served as an anchor for Clara's more fanciful, historically driven speculations. His office, a comfortable, book-lined haven smelling of old leather, pipe tobacco, a habit he had officially given up, but whose ghostly scent still clung to the tweeds he favored, and Earl Grey tea, was a sanctuary of academic calm. She found him there, surrounded by galleys for his latest monograph on medieval trade routes, a pair of half-moon spectacles perched precariously on his nose. He listened patiently as Clara, her voice low, hesitant, recounted the discovery of the crate, the strange nature of the obsidian libretto, the unsettling occurrences in her study nook, the vivid, disturbing dreams. Alistair, as expected, was intrigued by her description of the artifact. Obsidian pages, you say? An unknown script? Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. It sounds like something from a Borges story, my dear Clara. Or perhaps a particularly inventive forgery, though the effort involved. He stroked his neatly trimmed gray beard, his brow furrowed in thought. The disturbances, the dreams. Well, the Institute is an old building, full of drafts and strange noises, and you have been working exceptionally hard on the gala preparations. Stress, exhaustion, they can play tricks on the mind, even one as ordered and precise as yours. His tone was gentle, kind, but Clara felt a familiar flicker of frustration. He was humoring her, indulging her feminine fancies, as she suspected some of their more antiquated colleagues might phrase it. "Alistair," she said, her voice firmer now, "this is more than just drafts and stress. Arthur Pendleton, he saw something too. The day Elias opened the crate, Arthur was with me when I first examined the libretto. He was unsettled by it. And yesterday, a section of shelving in the rare books room collapsed. No reason, no warning. Just collapsed. Directly opposite my study nook, where the libretto is." Alistair raised an eyebrow. "The shelving collapse? I heard about that. Assumed it was dry rot, poor maintenance. Young Pendleton, you say? He's a bright lad, if a bit excitable. Perhaps the power of suggestion? Perhaps," Clara conceded, though the knot of unease in her stomach tightened. "But I would feel better if you would look at it. The libretto. Give me your objective assessment." Alistair smiled, a warm, reassuring expression that momentarily dispelled some of the shadows in Clara's mind. "Of course, my dear. Anything to ease your scholarly anxieties. Lead the way. Let us confront this obsidian enigma together." Together they walked through the hushed, echoing corridors of the main archives, their footsteps muffled by the thick, threadbare runners. The air felt colder here, Clara thought, the silence more charged. Or was it just her imagination, amplified by Alistair's presence, by her need for him to believe her, to validate her growing, unnameable fear? Her study nook was a small, alcove-like space, crammed with books, maps, and archival boxes. Her desk a precarious island of organized chaos. The obsidian libretto lay open in its center, its black pages seeming to absorb the already dim light, creating a small pocket of impenetrable darkness in the heart of the room. Alistair approached it cautiously, his initial skepticism warring with his scholar's curiosity. He adjusted his spectacles, leaned closer, his breath misting slightly in the sudden, localized chill that seemed to emanate from the artifact. "Remarkable," he breathed, his voice a low whisper of awe. "The craftsmanship. It's flawless. And this script, I've never seen anything like it. It's not Aklo, not Enochian, not any of the known ciphers or lost languages." He reached out a tentative finger, as if to trace one of the writhing, obsidian glyphs. "Don't touch it!" Clara's voice was sharper than she intended, a cry of pure, instinctual warning. Alistair flinched, startled, his hand recoiling as if burned. He looked at Clara, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "Clara, are you quite all right?" Before Clara could answer, before she could explain the sudden, overwhelming surge of terror that had prompted her outburst, it happened. The first note. Not a sound, not a vibration, but a shift. A subtle, sickening lurch in the fabric of reality itself. For a single, terrifying instant, the green-shaded desk lamp flickered, its light turning a sickly, corpse-like yellow. The books on the shelves around them seemed to warp, their spines elongating, their titles twisting into unreadable, alien sigils. The air grew impossibly cold, impossibly heavy, pressing in on them, stealing their breath. And the obsidian libretto, it pulsed, a single, silent, black beat, like the dying heart of a forgotten god. Then, just as suddenly, it was over. The lamp returned to its normal, comforting green. The books settled back into their familiar shapes. The air warmed, thinned, became breathable once more. But the silence that followed was no longer the familiar, dusty silence of the archives. It was a stunned, terrified silence. A silence that clung to them, cold and heavy, like a funeral shroud. Alistair was pale, his hand gripping the edge of Clara's desk for support, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified understanding. He looked at the obsidian libretto, then at Clara. His carefully constructed rationality shattered into a million glittering, terrified pieces. "My dear God," he whispered, his voice barely audible. What in heaven's name is that thing?" Clara didn't answer. She couldn't. She could only stare at the obsidian libretto, at its silent, black, unknowable pages, a single chilling certainty crystallizing in her mind. This was not just an artifact. It was a performance, a prelude. And they, whether they knew it or not, were already part of its silent, terrifying opera. The final, irrevocable confirmation came later that night. Alistair, shaken, but determined to apply some measure of scientific rigor to the inexplicable, had insisted on a controlled observation. They had set up a small battery-powered digital recorder and a time-lapse camera in Clara's study nook, focused on the libretto, before retreating to Alistair's office, the door firmly locked, a bottle of his best single malt, reserved for moments of extreme academic triumph, or, as in this case, profound existential dread, breathing on his desk. Sleep, of course, was impossible. They talked in low, hushed tones, hypothesizing, rationalizing, trying to fit the impossible events into some known framework, however esoteric. Alistair spoke of rare geological materials, of psychoacoustic phenomena, of mass hysteria. Clara spoke of the dreams, of the oppressive silence, of the chilling certainty that the libretto was aware. Around 3 a.m, a profound, unnatural stillness fell over the institute. The usual creaks and groans of the old building ceased. The distant hum of the city outside faded into an absolute suffocating silence. Even the rhythmic tick-tock of Alistair's grandfather clock, a sound so familiar it was usually beneath conscious notice, seemed to stop. Then, the cold. Not the localized chill of Clara's study nook, but a deep, bone-penetrating cold that seeped through the walls, through the floor, through their very clothes. A cold that felt ancient, alien, utterly inimical to life. Alistair, his face now ashen, his hand trembling as he reached for the decanter, looked at Clara, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored her own. It's happening again. Before he could say more, a wave of profound, inexplicable drowsiness washed over them. Not a gentle, natural fatigue, but a heavy, irresistible torpor, as if their very consciousnesses were being pulled, dragged down into a deep, black, dreamless abyss. Clara fought. Her mind screaming, but her eyelids grew heavy, her limbs leaden. The last thing she saw before the darkness claimed her was Alistair, his head slumped on his desk, the forgotten glass of whiskey tipping, spilling its amber contents onto a pile of ancient, priceless manuscripts. She awoke with a gasp, her heart hammering, her body slick with a cold sweat. The grandfather clock in Alistair's office was ticking again, its familiar, comforting rhythm a jarring counterpoint to the lingering, visceral terror of the dream she couldn't quite remember, yet couldn't quite forget. Alistair was stirring, groaning, his face pale, his eyes unfocused. The digital recorder and camera in Clara's study nook, they later discovered, had captured nothing. Or rather, they had captured approximately 3 hours of absolute, unadulterated static. A visual and auditory snowstorm that had inexplicably, simultaneously, overwhelmed both devices, their internal batteries completely drained, their memory cards wiped clean. But it was the shared, fragmented, and utterly, terrifyingly vivid dream that truly sealed their horrified understanding. They had both dreamt of the same thing. A vast, shadowy opera house, its architecture impossible, non-Euclidean. A faceless orchestra, playing instruments of bone and shadow. A spectral audience, their featureless faces turned towards a single empty stage. And in the conductor's pit, a tall, elegant figure wreathed in darkness, its hands, impossibly long, impossibly slender, weaving intricate silent patterns in the air. There was no music, no sound, yet the emotional intensity of the performance was overwhelming. A symphony of sorrow, of despair, of a beauty so terrible it was indistinguishable from madness. And on the stage, bound to an obsidian plinth, 2 figures, their faces obscured by shadow, but their forms achingly familiar. A man and a woman, the lead performers. Their silent screams, their unheard arias of terror and grief, the centerpiece of the maestro's silent, terrible opera. Clara and Alistair looked at each other, the unspoken, shared horror of the dream reflected in their eyes. The obsidian libretto had not just made a note. It had not just begun its first movement. It had cast its principal players. And the curtain, Clara knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the very marrow of her bones, was about to rise. The hook had been set, not just for her, but for Alistair as well, dragging them both into the heart of an ancient, malevolent performance from which there might be no escape, only a final, silent, and eternal encore. The aftermath of their shared, terrifying dream left Clara and Alistair in a state of stunned, horrified paralysis. The cozy familiarity of Alistair's office, once a sanctuary of rational thought, now felt like a fragile bulwark against an encroaching, incomprehensible darkness. The spilled whiskey had stained a priceless illuminated manuscript from the 14th century, a sacrilege that, on any other day, would have sent Alistair into a fit of scholarly apoplexy. Now, he barely registered it, his gaze distant, his hands still trembling. It wasn't just a dream, Clara, he finally managed, his voice a hoarse whisper. The silence, the cold, the drowsiness. It was induced, orchestrated. He looked at her, his eyes wide with a fear she had never seen in him before, a fear that mirrored her own. That thing in your study. It reached out to us. It showed us our roles. Clara finished, her own voice, barely more than a breath. The image of the two figures on the shadowy stage, bound to the obsidian plinth, was seared into her mind. The silent screams, the unheard arias of terror and grief. She knew, with a chilling certainty, that those figures had been them. The days that followed were a descent into a quiet, creeping madness. The obsidian libretto, now locked away in Clara's most secure archival cabinet, a gesture that felt increasingly futile, like trying to cage a sentient shadow, continued to exert its insidious influence. The subtle disturbances in the Institute escalated, no longer confined to Clara's immediate vicinity. Books would fly from shelves in distant, empty corridors. Cold spots would bloom and vanish in the grand reading room, causing patrons to shiver and complain of sudden, inexplicable drafts. The Institute's notoriously temperamental heating system would fluctuate wildly, plunging entire wings into an icy chill, then, moments later, into an oppressive, sweltering heat. Electronic equipment, computers, security cameras, even the new digital cataloging system Alistair had championed, began to fail with alarming frequency, their screens dissolving into static, their internal clocks resetting to impossible, archaic dates. And the whispers. Clara began to hear them first, faint, sibilant murmurs just at the edge of her hearing, like the rustle of dry leaves or the sigh of wind through ancient, forgotten ruins. They seemed to emanate from the very walls of the Institute, from the deep shadows between the towering stacks, from the silent, accusing eyes of the portraits of long-dead Blackwood patrons. At first, she dismissed them as stress, as the lingering echoes of her disturbed sleep. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, coalescing into fragments of forgotten languages, snatches of mournful, alien melodies, the sorrowful, disembodied voices of 1,000 unsung tragedies. Alistair, too, began to hear them, though he initially tried to rationalize them away as tinnitus, as the auditory hallucinations of an overstressed mind. But the whispers were too specific, too personal. They spoke of his deepest, most carefully guarded grief, the loss of his beloved wife, Eleanor, to a sudden cruel illness years ago, twisting his cherished memories into grotesque operatic caricatures, his private sorrow amplified, distorted, made into a public spectacle for an unseen, malevolent audience. Their research into the libretto became a desperate, almost frantic obsession. They pored over ancient texts, obscure folkloric accounts, forgotten grimoires, searching for any reference, any clue to the artifact's origin, its purpose, its terrifying power. They found nothing. The obsidian pages, the writhing, shifting script, the profound, unnatural coldness. It was unlike anything recorded in the annals of human history or occult lore. Traditional dating methods proved useless. The obsidian itself seemed to defy geological analysis, its composition subtly, impossibly wrong. The script remained stubbornly undecipherable, its glyphs seeming to rearrange themselves whenever they attempted a systematic analysis, as if mocking their efforts. The hum, however, the subtle, almost inaudible vibration that Clara had first felt in the sub-archive, was growing stronger, more perceptible, at least to her. It was a constant, subliminal thrumming that resonated deep within her bones, affecting her concentration, her sleep, her very perception of reality. It was, she realized with a dawning horror, the unheard music of the silent opera, its score being slowly, inexorably imprinted upon her mind. It was Arthur Pendleton, the young, ambitious intern who became the first true casualty, the first undeniable proof of the libretto's insidious, targeted malevolence. Arthur, a bright, eager, if somewhat naive, young man, had been present, albeit briefly, when Clara had first brought the libretto up from the sub-archive. He had seen its obsidian pages, felt its unnatural coldness, glimpsed its writhing, unsettling script, and it had marked him. In the days that followed, Arthur's cheerful, energetic demeanor began to fray. He became withdrawn, agitated, his eyes darting nervously towards the shadows, his hands constantly trembling. He complained to Clara, in hushed, terrified whispers, of hearing music, faint, discordant melodies that no one else could perceive, melodies that seemed to be calling to him, promising him something. He saw fleeting, shadowy figures in the stacks, their forms elongated, inhuman, their featureless faces turned towards him. He became obsessed with the libretto, convinced that it held the key to understanding the tormenting, unheard music that was slowly driving him mad. Clara, her own mind teetering on the brink, tried to help him, to reassure him, to convince him it was just stress, exhaustion. But she saw the same haunted, desperate look in his eyes that she now saw in her own reflection. Alistair, witnessing Arthur's rapid, terrifying decline, finally, irrevocably, shed the last vestiges of his academic skepticism. This was not stress, not suggestion, not a shared delusion. This was real. This was monstrous. He tried to intervene, assigning Arthur to a mundane, less stressful task in the Institute's well-lit modern administrative wing, far from the oppressive, whispering shadows of the archives. But Arthur, his mind already ensnared by the unheard music, resisted, his obsession with the libretto growing more desperate, more irrational, with each passing day. He saw it as his only salvation, his only way to silence the tormenting, beautiful, terrible melodies that echoed in his skull. The first movement of the silent opera reached its tragic, inevitable crescendo one cold, moonless night. Arthur, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a strange, feverish excitement, his pockets bulging with a collection of crude, hastily fashioned lock-picking tools, managed to bypass the Institute's antiquated security systems. He made his way through the silent, shadowy corridors, drawn by an irresistible, unseen force, towards Clara's study nook, towards the locked cabinet that held the obsidian libretto. What happened next? Clara and Alistair could only piece together, from the horrifying, fragmented evidence they discovered the following morning. The lock on the cabinet had been crudely, violently forced. The obsidian libretto lay open on Clara's desk, its black pages gleaming in the first pale rays of dawn, its writhing script seeming to pulse with a faint, internal, triumphant light. And Arthur Pendleton. They found him slumped in Clara's chair, his body rigid, catatonic, his eyes wide, unseeing, fixed on some distant, unimaginable horror. A thin trickle of blood oozed from his ears, his nostrils, his unblinking eyes. His hands, still outstretched, hovered inches above the libretto's obsidian pages. His fingers curled as if he had been trying to play it, to draw forth its silent, terrible music. His lips moved, almost imperceptibly, muttering a stream of disconnected, nonsensical syllables, fragments of an impossible, unheard melody. A melody that seemed to echo the discordant, beautiful, terrifying music of Clara's own disturbed dreams. He was alive, technically. His heart still beat, his lungs still drew breath. But Arthur, the bright, eager, ambitious young man, was gone. His mind shattered, his soul absorbed, trapped. A prisoner in his own silent internal opera. He was institutionalized later that day, his prognosis bleak, his condition baffling to the bewildered, prosaic medical professionals who could find no physical cause for his profound, irreversible catatonia. Clara and Alistair stood in the silent, violated space of her study nook, the obsidian libretto lying open before them like a malevolent, slumbering beast, the faint, sweetish, metallic scent of Arthur's spilled blood a sickening counterpoint to the ancient, dusty smell of the archives. The horror, the guilt, the sheer, unadulterated terror was a suffocating weight, crushing the air from their lungs. Then, Alistair, his face a mask of grim, stony resolve, pointed a trembling finger at the open page of the libretto. "Look," he whispered, his voice raw, broken. Clara forced her gaze downwards, her eyes blurring with unshed tears, and she saw it, etched into the polished obsidian, a new glyph, one that had not been there before. A glyph of exquisite, terrifying intricacy, its lines sharp, its curves sensuous, its form an unmistakable, chilling caricature of Arthur Pendleton's screaming, contorted face, his eyes wide with an unnameable, eternal terror. The silent opera had claimed its first, undeniable performer. And its score, Clara knew, with a certainty that felt like a shard of ice in her heart, was still being written. Their names, their faces, their deepest, most secret sorrows were undoubtedly already being etched into its black, silent, and utterly, terrifyingly patient pages. The whispers in the stacks were no longer just echoes of the past. They were the chilling, insidious overture to their own, impending, and perhaps inescapable tragedy. The days that followed Arthur's descent into madness were a blur of muted panic and desperate clandestine research. The Institute, oblivious to the true horror unfolding within its ancient walls, buzzed with hushed, concerned whispers about young Pendleton's sudden tragic breakdown. Stress, overwork, a pre-existing sensitivity. These were the comforting, rational explanations offered, accepted, filed away. Clara and Alistair played their parts, expressing appropriate shock and concern, while privately, the terror gnawed at them, a cold, relentless counterpoint to the ever-present, unheard music that now seemed to permeate every shadow, every silence. The libretto, now triple-locked in a fireproof safe in Alistair's office, a gesture of defiance that felt increasingly like wishful thinking, continued to exert its influence. The anomalies within the institute grew bolder, more overtly malevolent. Entire sections of shelving would groan and collapse without warning, not just in the archives, but in the main library, narrowly missing patrons. The institute's intricate, antique clockwork orrery in the grand foyer began to spin erratically, its celestial bodies tracing impossible, chaotic orbits, as if reflecting some deeper, cosmic imbalance. Portraits of stern-faced Blackwood ancestors would be found with their eyes scratched out, or their painted lips twisted into silent, screaming grimaces. The staff, already overworked and underpaid, grew increasingly jumpy, irritable, their conversations punctuated by nervous laughter and furtive, fearful glances towards the older, more shadowy sections of the building. Several long-serving employees quit abruptly, citing unbearable stress, a pervasive sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, judged by an unseen, malevolent presence. Clara found herself becoming a ghost in her own life, her meticulous routines, her carefully ordered existence, fracturing under the weight of the encroaching, irrational horror. Sleep was a battlefield, her dreams filled with the terrifying, beautiful, silent opera, her own role in it becoming clearer, more defined, with each passing night. She was the reluctant prima donna, her carefully suppressed emotions, her loneliness, her quiet desperation, her unacknowledged grief over a life that felt increasingly unlived. The raw material for the maestro's next great aria. She saw Arthur in her dreams, his face a mask of eternal, silent terror, his voice a beautiful, heartbreaking countertenor in the ghostly choir. And sometimes she saw others, shadowy figures, their features indistinct, their forms elongated, inhuman, their presence radiating a profound, ancient sorrow. Were these past performers, previous victims, or something else entirely? The orchestra, the chorus, the silent, spectral audience? The hum, the unheard music, was a constant companion now, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated in her very cells, sometimes soothing, sometimes agitating, always present. It was, she realized with a chilling certainty, the sound of her own reality slowly, inexorably, being rewritten, rescored by an ancient, alien, and utterly, terrifyingly artistic intelligence. Alistair, too, was changing. His initial terror had solidified into a grim, almost obsessive determination. He threw himself into the research, neglecting his other duties, his carefully cultivated academic reputation, his own physical well-being. He rarely slept, subsisting on black coffee and a desperate, burning need to understand, to find a weapon, a defense against this thing that had invaded their lives, that was slowly, systematically dismantling their world. But the libretto, even locked away, seemed to sense his efforts, to resent his defiance. The whispers in his mind grew louder, more insidious, focusing on his deepest, most vulnerable point, his unresolved grief for his wife, Eleanor. He began to see her, fleeting glimpses in the periphery of his vision, her form translucent, sorrowful, beckoning him towards what? Peace? Oblivion? Or a featured role in the maestro's tragic eternal ensemble? He started talking to Eleanor, hushed, one-sided conversations in the dead of night, his voice thick with unshed tears, with a longing so profound it was almost a physical pain. Clara would sometimes overhear him, her heart aching with a mixture of pity, fear, and a growing, terrible premonition. Alistair, her rock, her mentor, her bastion of rationality, was crumbling. The maestro was tuning its next instrument, and its song was one of irresistible, heartbreaking sorrow. The hook, set so firmly in the shared nightmare, was now being cruelly, expertly reeled in. The whispers in the stacks were no longer just background noise. They were the siren song of an approaching, inevitable, and utterly, terrifyingly personal horror. The weight of Arthur Pendleton's shattered sanity and Alistair Cole's slow, agonizing descent pressed down on Clara Holloway like a physical burden. Guilt was a constant, bitter taste in her mouth. She had unearthed the obsidian libretto. She had brought its silent, terrible music into their lives. The responsibility, she felt, was hers alone. A crushing, isolating weight that threatened to drag her down into the same abyss that had claimed Arthur and was now beckoning Alistair. Alistair, when lucid, was a man possessed. His office once, a haven of scholarly order, now resembled a madman's den, strewn with arcane texts, hastily scrawled notes, and printouts of obscure, forgotten folkloric accounts. He had abandoned all pretense of his other academic duties, his lectures unattended, his monograph on medieval trade routes gathering dust. His focus was singular, obsessive, to find an answer, any answer, to the enigma of the libretto, to the creeping, insidious horror that was consuming them. He slept in his office, if he slept at all, surrounded by a makeshift fortress of books, a futile attempt to ward off the whispering shadows and the spectral, sorrowful visitations of his long-dead wife. Clara would bring him lukewarm coffee and stale sandwiches, her heart aching at the sight of his gaunt, unshaven face, his bloodshot eyes, the tremor in his hands as he turned the brittle pages of some ancient, forbidden tome. "There has to be something," he would mutter, his voice hoarse, his gaze distant, fixed on some inner, terrifying landscape. A pattern, a weakness, a precedent. It was during one of these feverish, nocturnal research sessions, the institute shrouded in an oppressive, unnatural silence, the air thick with the almost palpable thrum of the unheard music, that Alistair finally found it. A single tantalizing clue, buried deep within a privately printed 19th century monograph on anomalous resonant artifacts and their influence on susceptible psychical states. The monograph, penned by a long-discredited, eccentric antiquarian named Thaddeus Monroe, spoke of harmonic conduits, objects of immense antiquity and unknown origin that could act as focal points for non-corporeal entities of significant emotional and auditory influence. These entities, Monroe theorized, sought to create sympathetic resonances with individuals of heightened artistic or emotional sensitivity, drawing them into etheric compositions of profound, often tragic beauty. And then, the name. A footnote, almost an afterthought, referencing a contemporary of Monroe's, a reclusive scholar of esoteric musicology and occult acoustics, Seraphina Monroe. A descendant? Alistair's trembling finger traced the name, his eyes widening with a sudden, desperate spark of hope. "Seraphina Monroe," he breathed. "Clara, we have to find her." Finding Seraphina Monroe proved to be almost as challenging as deciphering the libretto itself. She was a ghost, a phantom, her name appearing only in the most obscure, specialized academic journals, her published works, monographs on pre-Pythagorean harmonic theory, treatises on the psychoacoustic properties of rare minerals, translations of fragmented, untranslatable ancient musical notations, available only through equally obscure, private collectors. There were no public records, no university affiliations, no digital footprint. She was, it seemed, a true recluse, a hermit, dwelling in the deepest, most forgotten corners of the academic, and perhaps the occult world. But Alistair, fueled by a desperate, renewed sense of purpose, was relentless. He called in favors from old university colleagues, bribed rare book dealers, even, Clara suspected, engaged in some light, ethically dubious hacking of restricted archival databases. After a week of sleepless nights and countless dead ends, he finally unearthed a forwarding address, a post office box in a remote, windswept coastal village in the furthest, most desolate reaches of Cornwall. He penned a carefully worded, almost supplicatory letter outlining their predicament, mentioning the obsidian pages, the shifting script, the unheard music, the devastating effect on young Arthur, the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume them all. He sent it via registered, express post, then waited, his anxiety a palpable, vibrating presence in the room. 2 weeks later, a reply arrived. A single thick sheet of heavy, cream-colored parchment, its edges deckled, its surface bearing a faint, unidentifiable floral scent. The script was elegant, archaic, penned in a deep, sepia-toned ink. "The silent opera has begun anew," it read. "The maestro seeks fresh voices for its eternal, sorrowful chorus. Your obsidian libretto is but the latest iteration of its score. I will see you, but come prepared. The harmonies of this place are particular, and the conductor is always listening." The whispers in the stacks were no longer just echoes of the past. They were the chilling, insidious overture to their own, impending, and perhaps inescapable, tragedy. The days that followed Arthur's descent into madness were a blur of muted panic and desperate clandestine research. The Institute, oblivious to the true horror unfolding within its ancient walls, buzzed with hushed, concerned whispers about young Pendleton's sudden, tragic breakdown. Stress, overwork, a pre-existing sensitivity. These were the comforting, rational explanations offered, accepted, filed away. Clara and Alistair played their parts, expressing appropriate shock and concern, while privately, the terror gnawed at them, a cold, relentless counterpoint to the ever-present, unheard music that now seemed to permeate every shadow, every silence. The libretto, now triple-locked in a fireproof safe in Alistair's office, a gesture of defiance that felt increasingly like wishful thinking, continued to exert its influence. The anomalies within the Institute grew bolder, more overtly malevolent. Entire sections of shelving would groan and collapse without warning, not just in the archives, but in the main library, narrowly missing patrons. The Institute's intricate, antique clockwork orrery in the grand foyer began to spin erratically, its celestial bodies tracing impossible, chaotic orbits, as if reflecting some deeper, cosmic imbalance. Portraits of stern-faced Blackwood ancestors would be found with their eyes scratched out, or their painted lips twisted into silent, screaming grimaces. The staff, already overworked and underpaid, grew increasingly jumpy, irritable. Their conversations, punctuated by nervous laughter and furtive, fearful glances towards the older, more shadowy sections of the building. Several long-serving employees quit abruptly, citing unbearable stress, a pervasive sense of unease, a feeling of being watched, judged by an unseen, malevolent presence. Clara found herself becoming a ghost in her own life. Her meticulous routines, her carefully ordered existence, fracturing under the weight of the encroaching, irrational horror. Sleep was a battlefield. Her dreams filled with the terrifying, beautiful, silent opera, her own role in it becoming clearer, more defined, with each passing night. She was the reluctant prima donna, her carefully suppressed emotions, her loneliness, her quiet desperation, her unacknowledged grief over a life that felt increasingly unlived, the raw material for the maestro's next great aria. She saw Arthur in her dreams, his face a mask of eternal, silent terror, his voice a beautiful, heartbreaking countertenor in the ghostly choir. And sometimes she saw others. Shadowy figures, their features indistinct, their forms elongated, inhuman, their presence radiating a profound ancient sorrow. Were these past performers, previous victims, or something else entirely? The orchestra, the chorus, the silent, spectral audience, the hum, the unheard music, was a constant companion now, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated in her very cells, sometimes soothing, sometimes agitating, always present. It was, she realized with a chilling certainty, the sound of her own reality slowly, inexorably, being rewritten, rescored, by an ancient, alien, and utterly, terrifyingly artistic intelligence. Alistair, too, was changing. His initial terror had solidified into a grim, almost obsessive determination. He threw himself into the research, neglecting his other duties, his carefully cultivated academic reputation, his own physical well-being. He rarely slept, subsisting on black coffee and a desperate burning need to understand, to find a weapon, a defense against this thing that had invaded their lives, that was slowly, systematically, dismantling their world. But the libretto, even locked away, seemed to sense his efforts, to resent his defiance. The whispers in his mind grew louder, more insidious, focusing on his deepest, most vulnerable point, his unresolved grief for his wife, Eleanor. He began to see her, fleeting glimpses in the periphery of his vision, her form translucent, sorrowful, beckoning him towards what? Peace? Oblivion? Or a featured role in the maestro's tragic eternal ensemble? He started talking to Eleanor, hushed, one-sided conversations in the dead of night, his voice thick with unshed tears, with a longing so profound it was almost a physical pain. Clara would sometimes overhear him, her heart aching with a mixture of pity, fear, and a growing terrible premonition. Alistair, her rock, her mentor, her bastion of rationality, was crumbling. The maestro was tuning its next instrument, and its song was one of irresistible, heartbreaking sorrow. The hook, set so firmly in the shared nightmare, was now being cruelly, expertly reeled in. The whispers in the stacks were no longer just background noise. They were the siren song of an approaching, inevitable, and utterly, terrifyingly personal horror. The weight of Arthur Pendleton's shattered sanity, and Alistair Cole's slow, agonizing descent pressed down on Clara Holloway like a physical burden. Guilt was a constant, bitter taste in her mouth. She had unearthed the obsidian libretto. She had brought its silent, terrible music into their lives. The responsibility, she felt, was hers alone. A crushing, isolating weight that threatened to drag her down into the same abyss that had claimed Arthur and was now beckoning Alistair. Alistair, when lucid, was a man possessed. His office, once a haven of scholarly order, now resembled a madman's den, strewn with arcane texts, hastily scrawled notes, and printouts of obscure, forgotten folkloric accounts. He had abandoned all pretense of his other academic duties, his lectures unattended, his monograph on medieval trade routes gathering dust. His focus was singular, obsessive, to find an answer, any answer, to the enigma of the libretto, to the creeping, insidious horror that was consuming them. He slept in his office, if he slept at all, surrounded by a makeshift fortress of books, a futile attempt to ward off the whispering shadows and the spectral, sorrowful visitations of his long-dead wife. Clara would bring him lukewarm coffee and stale sandwiches, her heart aching at the sight of his gaunt, unshaven face, his bloodshot eyes, the tremor in his hands as he turned the brittle pages of some ancient, forbidden tome. "There has to be something," he would mutter, his voice hoarse, his gaze distant, fixed on some inner, terrifying landscape. A pattern, a weakness, a precedent. It was during one of these feverish nocturnal research sessions, the institute shrouded in an oppressive, unnatural silence, the air thick with the almost palpable thrum of the unheard music, that Alistair finally found it. A single, tantalizing clue, buried deep within a privately printed 19th century monograph on anomalous resonant artifacts and their influence on susceptible psychical states. The monograph, penned by a long-discredited, eccentric antiquarian named Thaddeus Monroe, spoke of harmonic conduits, objects of immense antiquity and unknown origin that could act as focal points for non-corporeal entities of significant emotional and auditory influence. These entities, Monroe theorized, sought to create sympathetic resonances with individuals of heightened artistic or emotional sensitivity, drawing them into etheric compositions of profound, often tragic, beauty. And then, the name. A footnote, almost an afterthought, referencing a contemporary of Monroe's, a reclusive scholar of esoteric musicology and occult acoustics, Seraphina Monroe. A descendant? Alistair's trembling finger traced the name, his eyes widening with a sudden desperate spark of hope. Seraphina Monroe, he breathed. Clara. We have to find her. Finding Seraphina Monroe proved to be almost as challenging as deciphering the libretto itself. She was a ghost, a phantom, her name appearing only in the most obscure, specialized academic journals, her published works, monographs on pre-Pythagorean harmonic theory, treatises on the psychoacoustic properties of rare minerals, translations of fragmented, untranslatable ancient musical notations, available only through equally obscure private collectors. There were no public records, no university affiliations, no digital footprint. She was, it seemed, a true recluse, a hermit dwelling in the deepest, most forgotten corners of the academic, and perhaps the occult world. But Alistair, fueled by a desperate, renewed sense of purpose, was relentless. He called in favors from old university colleagues, bribed rare book dealers, even, Clara suspected, engaged in some light, ethically dubious hacking of restricted archival databases. After a week of sleepless nights and countless dead ends, he finally unearthed a forwarding address, a post office box in a remote, windswept coastal village in the furthest, most desolate reaches of Cornwall. He penned a carefully worded, almost supplicatory letter outlining their predicament, mentioning the obsidian pages, the shifting script, the unheard music, the devastating effect on young Arthur, the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume them all. He sent it via registered express post, then waited, his anxiety a palpable, vibrating presence in the room. 2 weeks later, a reply arrived. A single thick sheet of heavy cream-colored parchment, its edges deckled, its surface bearing a faint, unidentifiable floral scent. The script was elegant, archaic, penned in a deep sepia-toned ink. "The silent opera has begun anew," it read. "The maestro seeks fresh voices for its eternal sorrowful chorus. Your obsidian libretto is but the latest iteration of its score. I will see you. But come prepared. The harmonies of this place are particular, and the conductor is always listening." It was signed simply S. Monroe, followed by a set of precise hand-drawn directions to a place called Cormorant's Rest, a secluded manor house perched on the very edge of the storm-lashed Cornish cliffs. The journey to Cormorant's Rest was an ordeal in itself. A long, rattling train ride through a landscape that grew progressively wilder, more desolate, followed by a bone-jarring taxi ride down narrow, winding lanes, the wind howling like a banshee, the sky a perpetual bruised gray. The taxi driver, a taciturn local with eyes the color of sea mist, refused to take them all the way, muttering about bad luck and the old house on the cliff where the Mad Monroes sing to the storms. He deposited them with their single shared valise, containing, among other things, Alistair's precious stained copy of Thaddeus Monroe's monograph, and wrapped in multiple layers of lead-lined silk, the obsidian libretto itself, at the foot of a crumbling, overgrown track, then sped away as if pursued by demons. They walked the rest of the way, the wind tearing at their clothes, the air thick with the taste of salt and the cries of unseen seabirds. Cormorant's Rest, when it finally loomed out of the mist, was a Gothic nightmare, a rambling, asymmetrical pile of gray, lichen-stained stone, its windows dark, its chimneys spewing trails of pale, acrid smoke into the turbulent sky. It seemed less a house, and more a natural outcropping of the cliff itself, a place where the land met the sea in a perpetual, violent embrace. The massive oak door, studded with rusted iron, creaked open before they even had a chance to knock, revealing a tall, slender figure silhouetted against the dim, flickering light within. Seraphina Monroe. She was a woman whose age was impossible to guess. Her face a striking, almost ageless canvas of sharp angles, pale skin, and eyes of a startling, intense violet hue, eyes that seemed to see not just them, but the very essence of their fear, their desperation, their encroaching silent doom. Her hair, a cascade of silver white, was plaited in an intricate, archaic style. She wore a long, flowing gown of deep, midnight blue velvet, embroidered with strange silver symbols that seemed to shimmer and shift in the flickering light. The air around her was cold and carried the same faint, unidentifiable floral scent as her letter. Professor Cole. "Ms. Holloway," she said, her voice low, resonant, like the sigh of a cello. "You are expected. The overture has been particularly strident this past moon." She led them into a vast, cavernous hall, its stone walls lined with towering, glass-fronted cabinets filled with an astonishing, bewildering array of musical instruments, ancient harps, strange, multi-stringed lutes, bizarre, twisted wind instruments fashioned from bone and shell, massive, intricately carved drums, even a gleaming modern theremin, its antennae seeming to hum with an unseen energy. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax, old parchment, dried herbs, and a faint underlying metallic tang that made Clara's skin crawl. "My collection," Seraphina said, a faint enigmatic smile playing on her lips. "Each one, a voice. Each one, a story. Some sing more willingly than others. She gestured towards a massive stone fireplace, where a peat fire blazed, casting dancing, demonic shadows on the walls. "Sit. You are chilled, both by the elements and by other, less tangible, drafts." Clara and Alistair, overwhelmed by the strangeness of the place, by the intensity of Seraphina's presence, sank into two ancient, heavily carved oak chairs before the fire. Seraphina poured them a strange, dark, steaming liquid from a silver samovar, its aroma a complex, unsettling blend of spices, herbs, and something else. Something that reminded Clara, with a jolt of visceral fear, of the faint, sweetish, metallic scent of Arthur's blood on the pages of the libretto. "This will help to ground you," Seraphina said, her violet eyes fixed on Clara. "The harmonies of the outside world are particularly dissonant here." Clara hesitated, but Alistair, his face drawn, his hand still trembling, took a deep draught. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something passing through them. Not fear, not relief, but a strange, unsettling clarity. "The libretto," Seraphina said, her gaze shifting to the lead-lined package Clara held clutched in her lap. "You may unveil it, but carefully. Its voice is already too loud in this house of echoes." With trembling fingers, Clara unwrapped the obsidian libretto. Even here, in this strange, unsettling place, its presence was a palpable weight, a vortex of coldness and silence. Seraphina did not approach it directly. She produced a pair of delicate silver tongs and a multifaceted crystal lens, examining the libretto from a safe distance, her violet eyes narrowed in intense concentration, her lips moving in a silent, intricate chant. The air around the libretto seemed to shimmer, to distort, the faint, floral scent in the room intensifying, warring with the libretto's cold, metallic aura. After a long, tense silence, Seraphina straightened, her face pale, her expression grim. "It is as I feared," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The silent opera has indeed begun anew, and the maestro, its conductor, is an entity of immense antiquity, of profound and exquisitely, terrifyingly refined artistry." She proceeded to explain, her low, resonant voice weaving a tale of cosmic horror and esoteric musicology that made Clara's carefully ordered, rational world tilt on its axis. The maestro, she confirmed, was not human, not even terrestrial. It was an ancient, non-corporeal intelligence, a being of pure sound and emotion, born from some forgotten cosmic cataclysm. Its sole purpose, its sole obsession, was the creation, the perfection of its eternal, silent opera, a symphony of human sorrow, despair, and exquisite, unbearable beauty. "It does not feed on life, Ms. Holloway," Seraphina explained, her violet eyes boring into Clara's. "It feeds on essence, on the raw, potent, often forgotten or suppressed emotions of its chosen performers. It seeks out individuals with strong emotional resonances, with heightened artistic sensitivities, with deep, unhealed wounds. It draws them in, amplifies their passions, their griefs, their terrors, and then it weaves them into its score. Their souls become notes in its eternal, silent composition." The obsidian libretto, she continued, was not the source of the maestro, but its primary conduit, its anchor to this reality, its ever-evolving sentient score. The intricate, writhing script was not a language to be read, but a form of psychoactive mnemonic notation, a direct imprint of the maestro's will. Its music, the emotional and reality-warping patterns of the opera, onto the minds of those susceptible to its influence. Each libretto is unique, yet the same, Serafina said, her gaze distant, her voice tinged with a deep ancestral sorrow. A new score for a new performance, with new principles. But the theme, the terrible, beautiful, heartbreaking theme, is always eternal. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of centuries, she revealed the true, terrible nature of her own involvement. "My family, the Monroes," she said, her voice dropping to a barely audible whisper. "We are cursed, or perhaps chosen. We have been unwilling guardians of this forbidden knowledge for generations. Ever since an ancestor, a brilliant, tragic composer named Theron Monroe, became a principal performer in a particularly devastating iteration of the silent opera centuries ago, in a city now lost to dust and legend." She gestured to the towering cabinets, to the strange, silent instruments. "These are not just a collection. They are mementos, relics. Some still resonate with the echoes of past performances, with the silent screams of those who were consumed." She possessed, she admitted, fragmented knowledge, passed down through her ancestral journals, of rituals, of wards, of desperate, often futile, attempts to resist, to disrupt, but never ever to defeat the maestro. "It cannot be defeated, Ms. Holloway," she said, her voice heavy with a chilling finality. "It is a fundamental force, like gravity, like time. One can only learn to navigate its currents, to understand the rules of its terrible, beautiful, and utterly inescapable performance." As Serafina spoke these last chilling words, a low, resonant thrum began to emanate from the obsidian libretto, lying cold and black on the nearby table. The thrum grew, intensified, vibrating through the stone floor, through the ancient oak chairs, through their very bones. And then, the instruments in the vast, shadowy hall began to respond. A single, mournful note from a strange bone flute, a dissonant chord from a multi-stringed, bizarrely shaped lute, a deep, shuddering boom from a massive, hide-covered drum, and then, from the far corner of the hall, from a magnificent, though dust-covered and slightly out-of-tune harpsichord, a brief, chillingly beautiful, and achingly familiar melody began to play. Clara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her blood running cold. It was the melody from her dreams, the unheard music that had haunted her sleep, that had echoed in the silent, shadowy corridors of the Blackwood Institute, that had been whispered on the lips of the catatonic Arthur Pendleton. Serafina, Monroe's violet eyes, wide with a dawning, horrified recognition, met Clara's. "The maestro," Serafina breathed, her voice a ghost of a whisper. "It is here. It is listening. And it has recognized its new prima donna." The harpsichord melody swelled, no longer faint, no longer just an echo, but a clear, insistent, and utterly, terrifyingly beautiful invitation. An invitation to join the silent opera. And Clara knew, with a certainty that froze the very marrow in her bones, that this was an invitation she could not refuse. The performance had truly begun. The chilling, beautiful, and achingly familiar harpsichord melody hung in the air of Cormorant's Rest, a tangible presence, a silken thread drawing Clara, Alistair, and even the usually unflappable Seraphina Monroe deeper into the heart of the maestro's insidious web. The other instruments in the vast, shadowy hall continued their sympathetic, dissonant chorus, a ghostly orchestra tuning up for a performance that promised only madness and despair. Seraphina, her face a mask of grim resignation, her violet eyes, reflecting the flickering firelight with an almost feral intensity, rose slowly, her movements fluid, practiced, as if she too were part of some ancient, sorrowful ballet. She moved towards the harpsichord, its keys still vibrating with the ghostly melody, and gently, reverently, closed its fallboard, silencing its immediate song. Though the unheard music, the psychic thrum of the silent opera, continued to resonate within their minds, within the very stones of the ancient manor. It recognizes the lineage, Seraphina whispered, her voice heavy with a familial grief that spanned centuries. Theron, my ancestor, he played this very instrument. He composed such beautiful, terrible music before the maestro rewrote his final symphony. She turned back to Clara and Alistair, her expression a mixture of profound sorrow and a fierce, almost desperate, urgency. We have little time. The maestro, once it has selected its principal performers, its work is swift, its influence pervasive. The days that followed were a blur of arcane research, desperate preparations, and a deepening palpable sense of dread. Seraphina, drawing upon the fragmented, often contradictory wisdom of her ancestral journals, bound in faded, cracking leather, their pages filled with elegant, spidery script, strange, esoteric diagrams, and chilling, first-hand accounts of past encounters with the silent opera, began to piece together a clearer, though infinitely more terrifying, picture of the entity they faced. The journals, some dating back to the Renaissance, others mere fragments salvaged from even earlier, forgotten epics, spoke of recurring manifestations of harmonic conduits, objects similar in nature, if not always in form, to the obsidian libretto. A crystalline flute unearthed from a pre-Columbian temple, said to play melodies that could shatter stone and drive men to madness. A set of resonant singing bowls discovered in a lost Himalayan monastery, their tones capable of opening doorways to other, less hospitable realities. A perfectly preserved, intricately carved human skull, found in a forgotten druidic grove, that would whisper forgotten truths and terrible prophecies to those who dared to listen. Each artifact, Seraphina explained, was a unique expression of the maestro's will, a bespoke instrument designed to resonate with the specific emotional and cultural frequencies of its chosen era, its chosen victims. But the underlying purpose, the fundamental score, was always the same: the amplification and consumption of profound human emotion, particularly sorrow, grief, and the exquisite, terrible beauty of unfulfilled longing. The maestro is an artist of despair, Seraphina said, her voice low, her violet eyes clouded with a distant inherited pain. It seeks out periods of intense societal upheaval, of artistic innovation on the brink of collapse, of profound collective grief or disillusionment. These are fertile ground for its compositions. The journals detailed the fates of past performers, brilliant musicians who at the height of their powers suddenly, inexplicably, descended into madness, their final compositions filled with a terrifying, transcendent, and ultimately inhuman beauty. Poets whose words, once celebrating life and love, became twisted paeans to oblivion, their verses echoing with the silent screams of forgotten gods. Artists whose canvases, once vibrant and alive, became dark, obsessive explorations of grief and despair, their figures elongated, spectral, their landscapes imbued with a profound, unsettling sense of wrongness. Entire artistic communities, flourishing centers of creativity and innovation, would simply vanish, leaving behind only silence, and perhaps a single enigmatic artifact, a new libretto, waiting for its next unsuspecting curator. It does not just kill them, Ms. Holloway, Serafina emphasized, her gaze intense, unwavering. That would be crude, unartistic. The maestro, it consumes them. Their talents, their passions, their deepest, most secret sorrows, their very essence. They are woven into the fabric of the silent opera, becoming eternal notes in its unending tragic masterpiece. They achieve a terrible, beautiful, and utterly inescapable immortality. Clara shivered, the unheard music in her own mind swelling, resonating with Serafina's chilling words. She thought of Arthur Pendleton, his bright, eager spirit, now a silent, screaming countertenor in that ghostly choir. And she thought of Alistair. Alistair was indeed becoming increasingly vulnerable. The strange dark liquid Serafina had given them upon their arrival, a concoction of rare herbs and, Clara suspected, something more, seemed to offer a temporary fragile shield against the most overt psychic assaults, but it could not silence the insidious whispers that preyed upon his deepest, most unhealed wound. His grief for his wife, Eleanor, a sorrow he had kept carefully locked away for years, was now a raw, gaping chasm, a perfect resonant chamber for the maestro's tragic melodies. He would spend hours staring out at the storm-lashed sea, his face a mask of profound, heartbreaking sorrow, muttering Eleanor's name, fragments of their shared past, their lost future. He found a strange, almost morbid comfort in Serafina's collection of tragic, romantic-era poetry. His voice, when he read aloud, taking on a deeper, more resonant timbre, his eyes distant, his expression one of almost ecstatic despair. Clara tried to reach him, to pull him back, but it was like trying to grasp smoke. He was slipping away, his reality becoming increasingly intertwined with the sorrowful, seductive narrative the maestro was weaving for him. He was no longer just Alistair Cole, the respected historian. He was becoming the grieving widower, the tragic hero, a principal player in an opera whose score was being written in his own breaking heart. The Blackwood Institute, miles away, yet psychically tethered to them through the obsidian libretto, which Serafina now kept within a complex, rune-etched containment circle in the deepest, most heavily warded chamber of cormorants, Rest was also succumbing to the maestro's influence. Lena Hansen, their last desperate hope for outside intervention, reported via increasingly erratic, static-laced satellite calls. The Argo, too, Lena explained, was experiencing sympathetic mnemonic interference. that the Institute was becoming a localized nexus of paranormal activity. The remaining staff were plagued by vivid, shared nightmares of shadowy orchestras and silent, judgmental audiences. The Institute's vast collection of historical artifacts, ancient weapons, mourning jewelry, death masks, letters filled with heartbreak and despair, seemed to awaken, radiating an intense, palpable aura of sorrow, of loss, of unfulfilled longing. The grand hall, with its towering portraits of stern-faced Blackwood benefactors, had become a place of profound, almost unbearable melancholy. Its air thick, with disembodied sighs and the faint, ghostly scent of funereal flowers. It's turning the entire Institute into its stage, Lena had reported, her voice tight with a familiar, weary dread. The stored emotions, the history, the very stones of the place. They're all resonating with the opera. Alaric, Professor, Thorne, he says the Shadow Nexus, the one he sealed at Oakhaven, it's showing signs of sympathetic vibration, as if the maestro is trying to co-opt its residual energies. The thought was terrifying. If the maestro could tap into the raw, primal power of a Nexus Umbrarum, even a sealed one, its influence could become global, apocalyptic. Serafina's ancestral journals spoke of desperate, often futile attempts to counter the maestro's influence. Direct destruction of the libretti was impossible. They were, in essence, indestructible, their obsidian pages impervious to fire, to force, to any known solvent. Attempts to bury them, to seal them away, only seemed to concentrate their power, turning their containment sites into localized, intense focal points for the opera. One particularly chilling account described a group of medieval monks who had attempted to exorcise a singing stone, which Serafina believed to be another libretto manifestation, by locking it in their deepest, most sacred reliquary. The entire monastery had vanished overnight, leaving behind only a perfect, circular patch of scorched earth, and a faint, lingering melody of exquisite, terrifying beauty. Our ancestors learned, the hard way, that one cannot fight. Doi. Maestro on its own terms, Serafina said, her voice low, her violet eyes dark with a shared inherited trauma. It is the ultimate artist of despair. It controls the stage, the score, the orchestra. To challenge it directly is to become another instrument in its symphony. The only successes, if they could be called that, were fleeting, temporary. Rituals of misdirection, of harmonic dissonance, designed not to silence the opera, but to confuse it, to introduce unexpected, jarring notes into its carefully constructed composition, to buy time, to allow potential performers to escape, or at least to find a measure of peace before their inevitable absorption. The maestro, it craves emotional authenticity, Serafina explained, her gaze fixed on the distant, raging storm. It feeds on true sorrow, true grief, true despair. But it is rigid, obsessive. It cannot abide imperfection in its art. If one can introduce an element of chaos, of pure, unadulterated, unartistic noise into its performance, it can, temporarily, disrupt its concentration, its control. It was a desperate, fragile hope, but it was all they had. Their immediate concern was Alistair. He was deteriorating rapidly, his periods of lucidity becoming shorter, his immersion in the maestro's tragic narrative more profound. He had begun to dress in antiquated funereal attire from Serafina's ancestral chests, his movements slow, deliberate, theatrical. He would wander the echoing halls of Cormorant's Rest, declaiming lines from forgotten tragic operas, his voice a magnificent, heartbreaking baritone, his eyes fixed on some unseen, sorrowful vista. He was no longer just Alistair. He was Orpheus, lamenting his lost Eurydice. He was Tristan, dying for his Isolde. He was every tragic hero, every grieving lover, every broken heart that had ever echoed through the annals of human art and sorrow. One blustery afternoon, the storm outside mirroring the tempest in Alistair's soul, Clara found him in the Institute's Grand Hall, a place she had only seen in her nightmares and Lena's increasingly distressed reports. Yet here it was, vividly, terrifyingly, real, superimposed upon the familiar, firelit drawing room of Cormorant's Rest. The portraits of the Blackwood patrons loomed, their painted eyes seeming to follow Alistair's every move, their expressions a mixture of pity and a strange, hungry anticipation. Alistair stood in the center of the hallucinatory hall, bathed in a sickly greenish light that seemed to emanate from no discernible source. He was humming the harpsichord melody, the one that had haunted Clara's dreams, the one that had announced the maestro's arrival at Cormorant's Rest. His eyes were distant, unfocused, tears streaming unheeded down his gaunt, pale face. Then, he began to speak. But it was not his own voice. It was a chorus of voices, male and female, young and old, all speaking in perfect, sorrowful unison, their tones echoing with the weight of centuries of unsung grief. They spoke of lost love, of betrayal, of the cruel indifference of fate, of the bitter, unbearable beauty of an existence defined by loss. The words were not English, not any language Clara recognized, yet she understood their meaning, their profound, heartbreaking emotional truth, as if they were being imprinted directly onto her soul. Alistair Cole, the rational historian, the skeptical academic, was gone. In his place stood the maestro's newest, most promising lead tenor, his voice a magnificent instrument of despair, his grief a perfect resonant offering to the ancient, hungry god of the silent opera. Clara watched, her heart a cold, leaden weight in her chest, as the spectral audience from her nightmares began to materialize around him. Their featureless faces turned towards him, their silent, expectant attention a palpable, terrifying force. The maestro was beginning its rehearsals, and the overture, Clara knew, with a certainty that stripped the very breath from her lungs, was rapidly, inexorably, drawing to its tragic, terrifying, and perhaps final crescendo. The echoes of past performances were no longer just whispers in the stacks. They were a deafening, soul-crushing roar, threatening to consume them all. The hallucinatory superimposition of the Blackwood Institute's Grand Hall upon the familiar confines of Cormorant's Rest was a terrifying, disorienting omen. Reality, already frayed at the edges by the maestro's insidious influence, was beginning to unravel. The boundaries between past and present, between memory and nightmare, dissolving like mist in a harsh, unforgiving light. Alistair Cole, his mind a captive stage for an ancient, sorrowful drama, was the focal point of this psychic erosion, his amplified grief a beacon drawing the full, terrible attention of the silent opera's unseen conductor. Clara and Serafina, Monroe, their faces pale, their own mnemonic wards, reinforced by Alaric Thorne's distant, desperate psychic interventions, flickering like dying embers against the rising tide of despair, watched in horrified fascination as Alistair, or rather, the chorus of sorrowful voices speaking through him, delivered his tragic, multilingual soliloquy. The spectral audience, their forms growing more defined, their featureless faces radiating a palpable, hungry attention, pressed closer, their silent anticipation a suffocating weight. The harpsichord melody, the leitmotif of their shared nightmare, wove itself through Alistair's lament, sometimes a delicate, heartbreaking counterpoint, sometimes a triumphant, crashing crescendo of pure, unadulterated grief. The very air in the room grew colder, heavier, thick with the scent of funereal lilies and ancient, unshed tears. "We have to break his resonance," Seraphina whispered, her voice tight, her violet eyes darting around the shifting, hallucinatory chamber, searching for a weakness, a flaw, in the maestro's terrifyingly perfect composition. Before he becomes fully attuned, before his essence is irrevocably woven into the score. She produced a small, intricately carved silver bell from the folds of her velvet gown, its surface etched with spiraling aclo-like sigils. This is a bell of unmaking, an ancestral tool. It does not silence, but disrupts, introduces a counter-frequency, a note of pure, chaotic, unmusical reality. She began to chant, her voice low, resonant, the ancient, guttural words of a forgotten pre-Celtic language clashing, warring, with the sorrowful, elegant harmonies of Alistair's lament. She rang the silver bell, its chime not beautiful, not melodic, but sharp, dissonant, almost painful to the ear, like shattering glass, like a dying star's final discordant scream. The effect was immediate and violent. Alistair cried out, his chorus of voices fracturing, dissolving into a cacophony of pained, confused whispers. The spectral audience recoiled, their shadowy forms flickering, wavering, as if buffeted by an invisible psychic storm. The hallucinatory grand hall shimmered, threatened to collapse, the familiar fire-lit drawing room of Cormorant's Rest, momentarily, blessedly, reasserting its solidity. The obsidian libretto, miles away in its warded containment circle, yet psychically tethered to this unfolding drama, seemed to scream. Not a sound, but a wave of pure, concentrated malevolence. A psychic shockwave that slammed into Cormorant's Rest, shaking the ancient manor to its very foundations. The instruments in Seraphina's collection rattled, moaned, their strings snapping, their frames cracking, as if an unseen, furious hand were tearing them apart. Alistair collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his face a mask of agony, his eyes, for a fleeting, precious moment, clearing, focusing on Clara, a silent, desperate plea for help in their haunted depths. "Clara," he gasped, his own voice raw, terrified, breaking through the chorus of sorrow. It's in my head. It's rewriting everything." But the reprieve was short-lived. The maestro, its composure momentarily shattered by Seraphina's dissonant assault, rallied its forces, its will a cold, implacable artistic fury. The unheard music swelled, no longer just sorrowful but angry, vengeful. The harpsichord melody returned, louder, more insistent, its beauty now laced with a chilling, predatory menace. The hallucinatory grand hall reasserted itself, more vivid, more terrifyingly real than before. The spectral audience, their forms now darker, more defined, their featureless faces radiating a cold, hungry anticipation, pressed closer, their silent judgment a palpable, crushing weight. And Alistair was drawn back under, his brief moment of lucidity extinguished, his eyes glazing over once more, his voice, when it returned, no longer just a chorus of sorrow, but a single, magnificent, heartbreaking baritone singing, an aria of such profound, exquisite despair that it threatened to shatter Clara's own carefully constructed defenses. He was no longer just a vessel. He was becoming the star, the lead tenor. His grief, his essence being actively, irrevocably, woven into the black, silent score of the obsidian libretto. Serafina staggered, the silver bell of unmaking clattering from her trembling hand, a thin trickle of blood oozing from her nostrils. The psychic backlash had been immense. "It's too strong," she whispered, her voice faint, her violet eyes clouded with a dawning despair. "Its focus on Alistair. It's absolute. He is its perfect instrument." The crescendo of dread was building, accelerating, a runaway train hurtling towards an inevitable, tragic collision. The maestro's influence, no longer subtle, no longer just whispers in the stacks, was now a raw, palpable force, actively, aggressively, rewriting reality around them, turning Cormorant's Rest, and by extension, the Blackwood Institute, into its personal nightmarish opera house. Time itself became fluid, unreliable. Moments would stretch into agonizing eternities, Alistair's sorrowful aria echoing endlessly in their minds. Then, hours would contract into fleeting, disorienting flashes, leaving them bewildered, exhausted, their memories fragmented, their sense of self fraying. The hallucinatory superimposition of the Blackwood Institute's grand hall upon the familiar confines of Cormorant's Rest was a terrifying, disorienting omen. Reality, already frayed at the edges by the maestro's insidious influence, was beginning to unravel. The boundaries between past and present, between memory and nightmare, dissolving like mist in a harsh, unforgiving light. Alistair Cole, his mind a captive stage for an ancient, sorrowful drama, was the focal point of this psychic erosion, his amplified grief a beacon drawing the full, terrible attention of the silent opera's unseen conductor. Clara and Serafina, Monroe, their faces pale, their own mnemonic wards, reinforced by Alaric Thorne's distant, desperate psychic interventions, flickering like dying embers against the rising tide of despair, watched in horrified fascination as Alistair, or rather, the chorus of sorrowful voices speaking through him, delivered his tragic multilingual soliloquy. The spectral audience, their forms growing more defined, their featureless faces radiating a palpable, hungry attention, pressed closer, their silent anticipation a suffocating weight. The harpsichord melody, the leitmotif of their shared nightmare, wove itself through Alistair's lament, sometimes a delicate, heartbreaking counterpoint, sometimes a triumphant, crashing crescendo of pure, unadulterated grief. The very air in the room grew colder, heavier, thick with the scent of funereal lilies and ancient unshed tears. "We have to break his resonance," Serafina whispered, her voice tight, her violet eyes darting around the shifting, hallucinatory chamber, searching for a weakness, a flaw, in the maestro's terrifyingly perfect composition. "Before he becomes fully attuned, before his essence is irrevocably woven into the score. She produced a small, intricately carved silver bell from the folds of her velvet gown, its surface etched with spiraling, aclo-like sigils. This is a bell of unmaking, an ancestral tool. It does not silence, but disrupts, introduces a counter-frequency, a note of pure, chaotic, unmusical reality. She began to chant, her voice low, resonant, the ancient, guttural words of a forgotten pre-Celtic language clashing, warring, with the sorrowful, elegant harmonies of Alistair's lament. She rang the silver bell, its chime not beautiful, not melodic, but sharp, dissonant, almost painful to the ear, like shattering glass, like a dying star's final, discordant scream. The effect was immediate and violent. Alistair cried out, his chorus of voices fracturing, dissolving into a cacophony of pained, confused whispers. The spectral audience recoiled, their shadowy forms flickering, wavering, as if buffeted by an invisible psychic storm. The hallucinatory grand hall shimmered, threatened to collapse, the familiar firelit drawing room of Cormorant's Rest, momentarily, blessedly, reasserting its solidity. The obsidian libretto, miles away in its warded containment circle, yet psychically tethered to this unfolding drama, seemed to scream. Not a sound, but a wave of pure, concentrated malevolence. A psychic shockwave that slammed into Cormorant's Rest, shaking the ancient manor to its very foundations. The instruments in Seraphina's collection rattled, moaned, their strings snapping, their frames cracking, as if an unseen, furious hand were tearing them apart. Alistair collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his face a mask of agony, his eyes, for a fleeting, precious moment, clearing, focusing on Clara, a silent, desperate plea for help in their haunted depths. "Clara," he gasped, his own voice, raw, terrified, breaking through the chorus of sorrow. It's in my head. It's rewriting everything." But the reprieve was short-lived. The maestro, its composure momentarily shattered by Seraphina's dissonant assault, rallied its forces, its will a cold, implacable, artistic fury. The unheard music swelled, no longer just sorrowful, but angry, vengeful. The harpsichord melody returned, louder, more insistent, its beauty now laced with a chilling, predatory menace. The hallucinatory grand hall reasserted itself, more vivid, more terrifyingly real than before. The spectral audience, their forms now darker, more defined, their featureless faces radiating a cold, hungry anticipation, pressed closer, their silent judgment a palpable, crushing weight. And Alistair was drawn back under, his brief moment of lucidity extinguished, his eyes glazing over once more, his voice, when it returned, no longer just a chorus of sorrow, but a single, magnificent, heartbreaking baritone, singing an aria of such profound, exquisite despair that it threatened to shatter Clara's own carefully constructed defenses. He was no longer just a vessel. He was becoming the star, the lead tenor, his grief, his essence, being actively, irrevocably woven into the black, silent score of the obsidian libretto. Seraphina staggered, the silver bell of unmaking clattering from her trembling hand, a thin trickle of blood oozing from her nostrils. The psychic backlash had been immense. It's too strong," she whispered, her voice faint, her violet eyes clouded with a dawning despair. Its focus on Alistair. It's absolute. He is its perfect instrument. The crescendo of dread was building, accelerating, a runaway train hurtling towards an inevitable, tragic collision. The maestro's influence, no longer subtle, no longer just whispers in the stacks, was now a raw, palpable force, actively, aggressively, rewriting reality around them, turning Cormorant's Rest, and by extension, the Blackwood Institute, into its personal, nightmarish opera house. Time itself became fluid, unreliable. Moments would stretch into agonizing eternities, Alistair's sorrowful aria echoing endlessly in their minds. Then, hours would contract into fleeting, disorienting flashes, leaving them bewildered, exhausted, their memories fragmented, their sense of self fraying. The corridors of Cormorant's Rest, like those of the Institute in Clara's increasingly vivid shared hallucinations, began to rearrange themselves, leading to impossible Escher-like geometries, to rooms that hadn't existed moments before, to vistas of swirling cosmic despair. Familiar objects, a grandfather clock, a teacup, a framed portrait, would momentarily twist into grotesque, symbolic shapes, their forms reflecting the dark, obsessive themes of the maestro's opera. Broken hearts, shattered hourglasses, weeping angels, silent, screaming masks. Clara found herself seeing them more clearly now, the other performers in the maestro's spectral ensemble. Shadowy orchestral players, their instruments fashioned from bone and solidified shadow, their movements precise, economical, their featureless faces turned toward some unseen conductor. A ghostly chorus, their voices a silent, sorrowful tapestry of forgotten laments, their forms flickering in and out of existence like dying embers. And the audience, the vast, silent, judgmental audience, their presence a constant, oppressive weight, their hunger for emotional authenticity, for exquisite, refined despair, almost palpable. The obsidian libretto, even miles away, miles deep, in its warded prison, seemed to pulse with a triumphant, malevolent energy. Clara, in her increasingly frequent, unwilling psychic communions with it, saw its obsidian pages turning on their own, the writhing, Aclo-like script glowing with an angry internal light. New glyphs were appearing with alarming speed, no longer just caricatures of Arthur's terror or Alistair's grief, but detailed, horrifyingly accurate depictions of scenes from Clara's own past, her own unspoken sorrows, her own carefully guarded vulnerabilities, all twisted, amplified, rescored into new, tragic areas for the maestro's ever-expanding opera. She saw her lonely childhood, her unfulfilled artistic ambitions. She had once dreamed of being a concert pianist, a dream sacrificed on the altar of practicality, of a quiet, ordered life. Her failed relationships, her gnawing sense of a life. Unlived, all laid bare, all magnified, all made into grist for the maestro's mill of despair. She was being groomed, she realized with a chilling certainty. Her meticulously constructed emotional defenses, her archivist's detachment, her quiet, ordered life. These were not shields, but challenges. Interesting complexities for the maestro to unravel, to deconstruct, to rewrite into a new, even more poignant, even more heartbreaking tragedy. She was to be its next prima donna, her unheard song of quiet desperation, the centerpiece of its next act. Seraphina Monroe, her strength failing, her ancestral wards proving increasingly ineffective against the maestro's relentless, focused assault, knew they were running out of time, out of options. Direct confrontation was futile, as her ancestors had learned to their eternal sorrow. The bell of unmaking, while momentarily effective, had only seemed to anger the maestro, to provoke it into a more direct, more aggressive assertion of its will. There is one last, desperate possibility, Serafina whispered, her voice thin, reedy, her violet eyes clouded with a mixture of ancient wisdom and profound, almost suicidal, despair. She gestured towards a heavy, iron-bound chest in the corner of the room. A chest that Clara had not noticed before, a chest that seemed to radiate an even deeper, more palpable coldness than the libretto itself. My ancestor, Theron. Before he was fully consumed, he created a countermeasure. Not a weapon, but a dissonance, a silent requiem, a composition of such profound absence, of such utter, unadulterated nothingness, that it was said to be anathema to the maestro's obsessive need for emotional resonance, for artistic meaning. She produced a small, tarnished silver key from a chain around her neck. The score is in there, along with the instrument upon which it must be performed. An instrument of pure, unadulterated silence. The concept was terrifying, paradoxical, almost nonsensical. How could one perform silence? How could an absence of sound, of emotion, of meaning, counter a being of pure, obsessive, artistic will? But Theron, he never completed it, Serafina continued, her voice barely a breath. He lacked the final note, the note of true unmaking. And to perform it, even partially, it requires a sacrifice, not of life, but of self, of memory, of meaning. She looked at Clara, her violet eyes filled with a terrible unspoken question. But before Clara could respond, before she could even begin to process the terrifying implications of Serafina's words, Alistair, his voice now a magnificent booming baritone, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, ecstatic light, rose to his full height, his arms outstretched, his face a mask of sublime, tragic beauty. "The hour is upon us," he declared, his voice echoing through the hallucinatory grand hall, through the very stones of Cormorant's Rest. "The final act begins, my beloved Eleanor. I come to thee." He strode towards a section of the wall that, moments before, had been solid stone, but now shimmered, dissolved, revealing a yawning black abyss, a gateway to some other, darker, more sorrowful reality. The unheard music swelled to a deafening, mind-shattering crescendo. The spectral audience rose as one, their featureless faces turned towards the abyss, their silent anticipation a palpable, terrifying hunger. The maestro had found its conductor's podium, its gateway to the grand stage, and it was calling its lead tenor home. Alistair, his face illuminated by an unholy internal light, took a step towards the abyss. And Clara knew, with a certainty that tore through her like a shard of obsidian, that if he crossed that threshold, he would be lost forever, his essence irrevocably woven into the black, silent, and eternal score of the silent opera. The crescendo of dread had reached its peak. The final, terrible, and perhaps beautiful note was about to be played. The yawning black abyss that had torn itself into the fabric of Cormorant's Rest pulsed with an unholy internal light, its edges shimmering with impossible, non-Euclidean geometries. It was not merely a hole in the wall. It was a wound in reality, a direct conduit to the heart of the maestro's desolate emotional domain. The unheard music, now a symphony of exquisite, soul-crushing despair, poured forth from its depths, a siren song luring Alistair Cole towards his tragic, eternal encore. Alistair, his face a mask of sublime, heartbreaking ecstasy, his magnificent, baritone voice soaring in an area of loss and reunion, took another step towards the abyss. Shadowy, ethereal chains, woven from pure darkness and solidified sorrow, snaked out from the portal, coiling around his limbs, drawing him inexorably forward. He did not resist. He welcomed them, his eyes fixed on some unseen, beloved phantom, beckoning him from within the swirling darkness. "Eleanor, my love, I hear your song," he whispered, his voice no longer a chorus of borrowed griefs, but his own, raw, desperate yearning, amplified, purified, made into an instrument of perfect, tragic beauty by the maestro's unseen hand. Clara screamed, a raw, primal sound of denial, of defiance. She lunged forward, trying to grab Alistair's arm, to pull him back from the brink. But an invisible, irresistible force, a wall of pure, concentrated despair, slammed into her, throwing her back against the cold, stone floor. The podium. Seraphina Monroe gasped, her face ashen, her breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. She pointed a trembling finger towards the center of the abyss, where a single, obsidian plinth, identical in material and malevolent aura to the libretto itself, was slowly, impossibly, materializing from the swirling darkness. Its anchor, its stage, where it conducts its final movements. The chamber around them, the familiar firelit drawing room of Cormorant's Rest, was now almost completely subsumed by the hallucinatory grandeur of the maestro's opera house. The walls were no longer stone, but shifting, ephemeral tapestries woven from pure, concentrated emotional energy, grief, despair, terror, ecstasy, displaying fleeting, kaleidoscopic scenes from 1,000 forgotten tragedies, a million unsung sorrows, the collective amplified despair of every soul the maestro had ever consumed. The air was thick, cloying, with the scent of old velvet, dust, ozone, and a profound, heartbreaking melancholy that threatened to drown Clara in its depths. The obsidian libretto, though miles away, miles deep, in its warded prison, was psychically present here, its black, silent pages hovering above the obsidian plinth, glowing with an intense internal light, flipping rapidly, its writhing, Aclo-like script seeming to write itself, to compose Alistair's final, terrible aria in real time. The spectral audience, their forms now almost solid, their featureless, faces radiating a rapt, hungry attention, filled the shadowy tiers of the hallucinatory opera house, their silent judgment a palpable, crushing weight. The ghostly orchestra, their instruments fashioned from bone and solidified shadow, played, with a feverish, terrifying intensity, their unheard music a symphony of exquisite, soul-shattering despair. And the maestro itself did not appear as a physical entity. There was no dark-robed conductor, no demonic figure wielding a baton. Its presence was the chamber itself. The music, the emotion. It was the air they breathed, the shadows that danced, the despair that coiled in their hearts. It communicated not with words, but with pure, unadulterated feeling, with waves of exquisite sorrow, of sublime terror, of a chilling artistic detachment that was perhaps the most terrifying thing of all. It was a god of its own desolate, emotional creation, and this chamber, this nexus of despair, was its inner sanctum, its holy of holies. Alistair, now almost at the edge of the abyss, his body bound by the shadowy ethereal chains, his voice, soaring in its final heartbreaking crescendo, was being drawn towards the obsidian plinth. He was to be its centerpiece, its sacrifice, his grief the perfect, resonant offering to the ancient, hungry god of the silent opera. Seraphina Monroe, her face a mask of desperate ancestral resolve, pushed herself to her feet, her frail body trembling, her violet eyes blazing with a fierce, almost suicidal light. She clutched the heavy, iron-bound chest, Theron Monroe's desperate, unfinished legacy, to her chest. "The silent requiem," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rising tide of unheard music. "It is our only chance, but it requires a catalyst, a true, unadulterated silence, to break the maestro's harmonic obsession." She fumbled with the tarnished silver key, her fingers clumsy, her movements hampered by the crushing psychic pressure. Theron, he believed, if one could introduce a moment of pure, unscripted nothingness into the heart of the opera, it might shatter the score, confuse the conductor. She finally managed to unlock the chest. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded, brittle silk, lay not a musical score, not an instrument of sound, but a single, perfect, obsidian dagger. Its blade so black it seemed to absorb all light. Its hilt wrapped in silver wire etched with spiraling, aclo-like sigils. And beside it, a small, intricately carved wooden flute, its surface smooth, polished, yet radiating an aura of profound, almost unbearable silence. The flute of unmaking, Seraphina breathed, her eyes fixed on the strange, silent instrument. It does not play music. It plays absence. It plays the void. And the dagger, it is the final rest note. She looked at Clara, her violet eyes filled with a terrible, unspoken understanding. The maestro, it feeds on performance, on participation. Even resistance can become part of its score, as I am about to demonstrate. Before Clara could react, before she could even begin to comprehend the terrifying implications of Seraphina's words, the esoteric musicologist straightened, her frail body suddenly imbued with a strange, almost regal dignity. She took a deep breath, her eyes closing for a moment, as if gathering her strength, her resolve, her very essence. Then she began to chant. Not the dissonant, disruptive counter-melodies of the Bell of Unmaking, but something else, a low, resonant, and profoundly sorrowful lament in the same ancient pre-Celtic language she had used before. But this time, her voice was not fighting the opera. It was joining it, harmonizing with it, offering itself to it. The maestro paused, its unheard music faltering for a single, almost imperceptible beat. The spectral audience stirred, their featureless faces turning, with a slow, collective curiosity, towards this new, unexpected, and strangely compelling performer. Seraphina Monroe, her voice now clear, strong, and imbued with a heartbreaking, tragic beauty, began to sing her own aria, a song of ancestral grief, of a lineage cursed by beauty and madness, of a lonely, lifelong vigil against an ancient, unbeatable foe. It was a song of profound, exquisite, and utterly, authentically human despair. And the maestro listened. It could not resist. This was perfect. A new, unexpected, and exquisitely tragic voice for its chorus. The shadowy, ethereal chains that had been drawing Alistair towards the plinth recoiled, hesitated, then, with a slow, sinuous grace, they began to uncoil from him to snake towards Seraphina. "No!" Clara screamed, lunging forward again. But again, the invisible wall of despair slammed into her, throwing her back, her head cracking against the cold stone floor. Seraphina met Clara's horrified gaze, a faint, sad, almost apologetic smile on her lips. "It is the only way to buy you time, Clara," she whispered, her voice now part of the opera's sorrowful, beautiful chorus. "Learn the rules, understand the score, find the flaw. He always makes one." The shadowy chains enveloped her, lifting her, drawing her, not towards the plinth, but into the heart of the spectral audience. Her form began to shimmer, to lose its solidity, her velvet gown dissolving into threads of shadow and sorrow, her silver-white hair becoming a cascade of starlight and regret. Her voice, her beautiful tragic aria, faded, softened, blended into the ghostly chorus, becoming just one more sorrowful, silent note in the maestro's eternal, heartbreaking symphony. Seraphina Monroe, the last of her line, had made her final, terrible sacrifice. She had become part of the performance, written out of reality, absorbed into the opera, her essence consumed, her wisdom lost, her sacrifice buying Clara. What? Moments? Hours? An eternity of despair? Clara lay on the cold stone floor, her vision blurring, her mind reeling from the psychic assault, from the horror of Seraphina's absorption, from the sheer, overwhelming despair that threatened to drown her. Alistair, momentarily forgotten by the maestro, its attention now fixed on its new, exquisite acquisition, had collapsed near the edge of the abyss, his body trembling, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified lucidity, the echoes of his own tragic performance still clinging to him like cobwebs. The maestro, its hunger momentarily sated, its composition enriched by Seraphina's authentic, resonant grief, turned its cold, artistic, and utterly, terrifyingly impersonal attention back to Clara. She was next, the prima donna. Her unspoken sorrows, her quiet desperation, her archivist's soul, all ripe for the plucking, for the rewriting, for the weaving into its next great, tragic masterpiece. Clara felt herself being drawn in, her carefully constructed, mental defenses crumbling, her own suppressed emotions, her loneliness, her unfulfilled dreams, her gnawing sense of a life lived in the margins, in the shadows of other, greater stories, beginning to resonate with the opera's seductive, sorrowful song. She was so tired, so alone, so exquisitely sad. It would be so easy to just let go, to surrender, to become beautiful. In her despair, she closed her eyes, the unheard music swelling around her, within her, a warm, dark, inviting tide. But then something shifted, a memory. Seraphina's last desperate words. Find the flaw. He always makes one. And Alistair. A faint, choked groan from near the abyss. He was fighting. Still fighting. His rationality, his academic discipline, his stubborn, scholarly refusal to become a mere operatic trope, battling against the overwhelming tide of the maestro's influence. And Clara Holloway, the meticulous archivist, the woman who found solace in order, in pattern, in the quiet, tangible logic of the past. Her mind, even on the brink of dissolution, instinctively, desperately, began to search for a pattern, for a rule, for a flaw. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze no longer clouded by despair, but sharpened by a sudden, cold, analytical fury, fixing on the obsidian libretto, still hovering above the plinth, its pages turning, its script writhing, its silent, terrible music dictating the unfolding tragedy. She had spent her life deciphering texts, understanding symbols, finding meaning in the forgotten, the discarded, the unread. This was just another text, another code, another archive of sorrow, and every archive, no matter how chaotic, how malevolent, how terrifying, had an order, a structure, a logic. Her mind, honed by years of meticulous, painstaking scholarship, began to race, to analyze, to deconstruct. She ignored the emotional onslaught, the psychic pressure, the terrifying beauty of the unheard music. She focused on the script, on the patterns, on the subtle, almost imperceptible repetitions in the maestro's seemingly perfect, infinitely complex composition. And then she saw it, a recurring glyph, a subtle, almost subliminal dissonance, a repeated, almost compulsive, return to a specific, exquisitely painful chord of unresolved grief, of eternal, unfulfilled longing, a thematic loop, an obsession, a flaw, a way in. The maestro, for all its ancient cosmic power, for all its artistic genius, was predictable. Its masterpiece, for all its terrible beauty, was flawed. And in that flaw, Clara Holloway, the quiet, unassuming archivist, saw not just a glimmer of hope, but a path, a strategy, a way to rewrite the score. The heart of the opera house had been breached, and its conductor, for the first time in millennia, was about to face an unscheduled and entirely unwelcome improvisation. The revelation of the flaw in the maestro's seemingly perfect composition was like a shard of icy, clarifying light, piercing the oppressive emotional fog that had threatened to consume Clara. Her mind, which had been teetering, on the brink of surrender, now snapped into a state of heightened, almost preternatural focus. The archivist, the scholar, the meticulous cataloger of forgotten truths, had awakened, and she was armed not with silver bells or obsidian daggers, but with the most potent weapon of all, understanding. She lay on the cold stone floor of the hallucinatory opera house, the unheard music still a cacophony of exquisite despair in her ears, the spectral audience still radiating their silent, hungry anticipation. But now, these things were data, input, elements of a complex, malevolent, but ultimately decipherable system. The recurring glyph, the thematic loop of unresolved grief. It was more than just a flaw, it was a window. A glimpse into the antechamber of the maestro's own ancient, and perhaps equally tormented, consciousness. Clara, her mind racing, her intuition sharpened by years of deciphering fragmented, ambiguous historical texts, began to piece together a terrifying, yet strangely poignant, hypothesis. The maestro was not just an artist of despair, it was a prisoner of it. Its obsession with tragedy, with sorrow, with unfulfilled longing, was not merely an aesthetic choice, but a compulsion, a desperate, eternal attempt to recreate, to resolve, some ancient, primordial grief of its own, a cosmic sorrow so profound, so vast, that it had become the very essence of its being, the keynote of its eternal, silent opera. This understanding did not lessen the terror, but it reframed it. The maestro was not an omnipotent, unknowable god of chaos. It was a wounded artist, a brilliant, obsessive, and infinitely dangerous composer, trapped in an endless, recursive loop of its own, unhealed trauma. And a loop, Clara knew, could be broken. A composition, no matter how complex, could be deconstructed, rewritten. This opera, it demands emotional truth, authenticity. Seraphina's last desperate words echoed in Clara's mind, and Alaric Thorne's faint, intermittent whispers, amplified by Lena's desperate mnemonic interventions from the Argo 2, began to penetrate the psychic static. Counterpoint. Clara, not negation, but transformation. Find the resonant frequency of hope. Hope. It seemed an absurd, almost ludicrous concept in this abyss of despair. But Alaric, even in his fragmented, desperate transmissions, was pointing towards a profound, esoteric truth. The maestro's opera was built on specific emotional harmonics: grief, loss, terror, regret. If Clara could introduce a new, unexpected, and authentic emotional frequency, one that did not resonate with the maestro's established themes, one that it could not assimilate, could not twist into its familiar patterns of tragedy, she might be able to disrupt the entire composition. Not a grand, heroic defiance, not a blaze of righteous fury. Those were emotions the maestro understood, emotions it could easily incorporate, even amplify, into its dramatic crescendos. No, this had to be something quieter, more subtle, more mundane. The quiet courage of everyday existence. The stubborn, unyielding spark of human resilience in the face of overwhelming cosmic indifference. The archivist's patient, meticulous love for order, for preservation, for the small, forgotten, yet infinitely precious details that made up the tapestry of human experience. Her own unheard song. It was a terrifying, audacious gamble to pit her own small, quiet, and often deeply insecure sense of self against an ancient, cosmic entity of unimaginable power and artistry. But it was the only weapon she had left. Slowly, painstakingly, Clara began her counter-performance. She did not try to stand, to fight, to scream. She lay there, on the cold stone floor, amidst the swirling emotional chaos of the maestro's opera house, and she began to catalog, not with her hands, not with a pen, but with her mind. The obsidian libretto blazed with an angry, chaotic light, its pages flipping wildly, its script no longer writhing, but spasming, lashing out like enraged, shadowy serpents. It projected a torrent of horrifying, disconnected images directly into Clara's mind. Not her own fears this time, but raw, primal, cosmic horrors. Glimpses of dying stars, of devouring voids, of colossal, indifferent entities drifting in the endless black abyss between galaxies. Images designed to induce not just fear, but a profound, soul-crushing, existential vertigo. But Clara, anchored by her meticulous, almost obsessive cataloging, by her unwavering faith in the power of order and understanding, held firm. She met each terrifying cosmic image not with terror, but with a calm, analytical gaze, her mind automatically, reflexively, assigning it a category, a subfolder, a cross-reference. Entity, extragalactic, type gamma. Threat level, existential, unconfirmed. Cross-reference, human insignificance perceived. Counter-argument, resilience, stubborn, variant C, Holloway. Void, absolute, non-Euclidean. Properties, light-absorbing, sanity-corroding. Cross-reference, Library of Congress classification system, section, unclassifiable, pending further data. She was, in essence, building a new wing in her mental library, a section dedicated to cosmic horrors and assorted existential dread, complete with call numbers, subject headings, and detailed, if somewhat speculative, acquisition notes. The sheer, audacious, almost bureaucratic nature of her defiance was something the maestro, in its eons of artistic tyranny, had never encountered. It was, to its ancient, obsessive, and profoundly dramatic consciousness, anathema, an insult, a cosmic clerical error. Alistair, witnessing this astonishing, terrifying, and strangely, almost comically, heroic display of intellectual fortitude, felt a surge of something. Not just admiration, not just loyalty, but inspiration. He was a historian, a scholar. His weapons were not swords or spells, but facts, data, the relentless, unyielding pursuit of truth. And he realized, with a sudden, shocking clarity, that he too could contribute to Clara's dissonant, reality-stabilizing counterscore. "The Council of Nicaea," he suddenly roared, his voice, though hoarse, now strong, clear, and filled with a fierce academic conviction, convened in 325 AD, primary objective, to resolve the Arian controversy. Key figures: Emperor Constantine, Athanasius of Alexandria, Eusebius of Caesarea. Canons issued, 20. Impact on Trinitarian doctrine, profound. The maestro, its psychic assault momentarily faltering, seemed to blink. The swirling cosmic horrors in Clara's mind receded slightly, replaced by a faint, bewildered echo of ecclesiastical debate. Alistair, emboldened, pressed his advantage. The Treaty of Tordesillas, June 7, 1494, dividing the newly discovered lands outside Europe between Portugal and the Crown of Castile. Line of demarcation, 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. Subsequent modifications and violations, numerous. Long-term geopolitical consequences, still being debated by underfunded academics like myself. He began to recite historical facts, dates, treaty clauses, obscure genealogical lines, entire passages from dusty, forgotten monographs, his voice, a booming, relentless, and utterly unmusical barrage of pure, unadulterated historical data. The effect was spectacular. The maestro, an entity that fed on emotion, on passion, on the exquisite, terrible beauty of human sorrow, was being lectured, drowned in a tidal wave of meticulously researched, footnoted, and entirely undramatic information. The unheard music, the psychic thrum of the silent opera, began to stutter, to break apart, like a complex, beautiful machine being systematically, relentlessly clogged with sand. The spectral orchestra, their shadowy forms wavering, their bone instruments clattering, seemed to be losing their place in the score. The audience, their featureless faces now radiating a palpable collective unease, began to whisper amongst themselves, their silent, ghostly murmurs a chorus of dawning, existential boredom. The obsidian libretto, its angry, chaotic light dimming, its script now flickering erratically like a corrupted digital display, seemed to be short-circuiting. The intricate, elegant patterns of the maestro's composition were being overwritten, not by a more powerful emotional force, but by the sheer, overwhelming, and utterly unpoetic weight of human history, of human knowledge, of human pedantry. Clara, sensing the shift, the dawning, desperate confusion in the maestro's psychic presence, pressed her own unique advantage. She did not try to match Alistair's booming historical pronouncements. Instead, she focused her will, her meticulous, archival soul, on the very essence of the maestro's being, on the flaw she had identified, on its obsessive, recursive loop of unresolved ancient grief, and she began to offer a solution. Not a cure, not an absolution, but a reclassification. Grief, primordial. Entity, the maestro. Suspected origin, cosmic cataclysm, unverified. Nature, unresolved, cyclical, obsessive. Recommendation, refile under trauma, existential, unprocessed. Cross-reference, artistic expression, compensatory mechanism. Suggested therapeutic modality, mnemonic archival and detached analytical review. She was, in essence, offering the maestro therapy, a very specific, very archival, and utterly, terrifyingly mundane form of therapy. The maestro, its ancient cosmic consciousness reeling from this unprecedented assault of historical data, bureaucratic reclassification, and the sheer, unadulterated banality of Clara's proposed solution to its eons-long existential torment, let out a silent psychic scream that was no longer filled with rage or fury, or even artistic outrage. It was a scream of pure, unadulterated, and utterly baffled despair. The carefully constructed, exquisitely tragic, and eternally beautiful illusion of its silent opera was not just crumbling, it was being audited, peer-reviewed, and found wanting. Not in its artistry, perhaps, but in its emotional maturity, its therapeutic efficacy. The dissonance of hope, amplified by the relentless factual drone of history and the cold, clear, analytical light of archival science, had reached its unbearable, and for the maestro, its utterly, terrifyingly, anticlimactic tipping point. The opera was not just ending, it was being debunked. The maestro's silent, psychic scream of baffled despair echoed through the collapsing, hallucinatory opera house, a soundless testament to an artistic ego shattered by the mundane. Clara Holloway's audacious, almost insultingly prosaic, therapeutic reclassification of its eons-long existential torment, coupled with Aleister Cole's relentless barrage of historical minutiae, had proven to be a weapon more devastating than any silver bell or obsidian dagger. The silent opera, a masterpiece of cosmic sorrow, was being dismantled not by a hero's defiant roar, but by the quiet, persistent rustle of an archivist's notes and a historian's footnotes. The effect was a cascade of cognitive dissonance that rippled through the very fabric of the maestro's being. Its carefully constructed reality, its exquisitely tragic narrative, began to unravel, not into chaos, but into an embarrassing, almost comical, anticlimax. The spectral orchestra, their shadowy forms now flickering like faulty holograms, their bone instruments producing only faint, pathetic squeaks and groans, seemed to be packing up. Their eternal performance, it seemed, had been indefinitely postponed due to unforeseen and entirely unartistic budgetary and administrative complications. The vast, silent audience, their featureless faces now radiating a palpable, collective sense of awkwardness, as if they had just witnessed a particularly cringeworthy amateur theatrical production, began to discreetly, almost apologetically, file out, their ghostly forms dissolving into the receding shadows, their hunger for exquisite despair apparently unfulfilled. Perhaps they would try the matinee performance of a different, less intellectually challenging cosmic horror next eon. Aleister, his voice now hoarse, but his eyes blazing with a fierce, almost manic academic triumph, had moved on from the Treaty of Tordesillas and was now delivering a detailed, unprompted, and entirely, captivatingly dull lecture on the socio-economic impact of the Hanseatic League's herring trade in the late 14th century. The shift from wind-dried cod to brined herring, mind you, Clara, he declaimed, his voice echoing slightly in the rapidly normalizing, though still profoundly damaged, stone chamber, had a profound, if often overlooked, impact on Baltic shipping routes and the subsequent rise of Lübeck as a dominant mercantile power. Fascinating, is it not? The subtle, yet inexorable influence of preserved fish upon the geopolitical landscape. The maestro, or what was left of its fracturing, bewildered consciousness, seemed to let out a faint psychic whimper. Preserved fish. This was its ultimate, ignominious defeat. The obsidian libretto, its internal light now a sickly, fading, and distinctly unimpressive shade of puce, lay cracked and inert upon the obsidian plinth. Its writhing, Aclo-like script had solidified, frozen, its once potent reality-warping glyphs now looking less like a conduit for cosmic horror and more like a rather poorly executed and frankly derivative piece of avant-garde calligraphy. The conduit was not just breaking, it was obsolete. Its artistic license revoked. Clara, her own counter-symphony of defiant, analytical hope, having reached its quiet, triumphant crescendo, felt the last vestiges of the maestro's psychic pressure recede, leaving behind not peace, perhaps, but a profound, echoing, and blessedly empty silence. The silence of a very old, very powerful, and very confused entity finally, reluctantly, giving up and going home, its artistic ambitions thoroughly and embarrassingly debunked. She pushed herself to her feet, her body aching, her mind bruised, but her spirit, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, strangely, almost exhilaratingly, light. She looked at Aleister, who was now passionately expounding on the comparative metallurgical properties of Carolingian-era swords versus their Viking counterparts, and a small, weary smile touched her lips. He was magnificent. In his own, uniquely, wonderfully, pedantic way. The chamber around them, the conductor's sanctum, the heart of the maestro's opera house, was no longer a shifting, hallucinatory tapestry of emotional despair. It was just a cold, damp, and rather unimpressive stone room, deep beneath the foundations of a very old, very neglected, and now profoundly, psychically, disappointed building. The obsidian plinth, stripped of its malevolent aura, looked less like an altar of cosmic horror and more like a rather stark and frankly somewhat pretentious piece of minimalist furniture. Then a new light began to fill the chamber. Not the angry, chaotic light of the maestro's dissolving power, not the sickly, fading green of the dying libretto, but a soft, gentle, and profoundly peaceful silver blue luminescence. Seraphina Monroe's ghostly form, which had been a silent, sorrowful spectator, one among many, began to solidify, to brighten, to detach itself from the fading, residual despair of the vanquished opera. Her violet eyes, no longer clouded with ancestral grief, but clear, serene, and filled with a quiet, grateful understanding, met Clara's. She did not speak. She did not need to. Her silent, luminous presence was a benediction, a thank you, a farewell. She gave Clara and Alistair a faint, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture of profound, shared experience of a burden finally, blessedly laid to rest. Then, with a soft, sighing whisper that seemed to carry the scent of forgotten flowers and ancient, peaceful melodies, her form dissolved, not into shadow and sorrow, but into a million shimmering motes of starlight. Her essence, her lineage, her long, lonely vigil, finally, truly at peace. Free. Arthur Pendleton, miles away in his sterile white hospital room, his mind a silent, locked garden of unheard music and unnameable terrors, suddenly, inexplicably, blinked. He sat up in bed, his eyes, for the first time in months, clear, focused, though filled with a profound, dazed confusion. He looked around the unfamiliar room, at the concerned, startled face of the night nurse, and a single, hesitant, and entirely, wonderfully unordinary word formed on his lips. "Music?" he whispered. Where did the music go? The immediate threat was over. The silent opera, its conductor baffled, its score debunked, its audience dispersed, its lead tenor now lecturing on medieval piscatorial economics, and its prima donna quietly, meticulously, filing away the entire experience under existential threats. Successfully neutralized, subcategory artistic differences, had finally, blessedly, reached its cadenza of silence. Clara and Alistair, supporting each other, their bodies aching, their minds forever scarred by the echoes of unheard music and cosmic despair, yet their spirits strangely, unexpectedly, unburdened, stumbled out of the now ordinary stone chamber, leaving behind the cracked, inert obsidian libretto on its pretentious obsidian plinth. The air in the sub-foundations of the Blackwood Institute, though still cold, still damp, no longer thrummed with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. It was just old and empty, and blessedly, wonderfully, silent. As they ascended, blinking, into the pale, watery light of a new dawn filtering through the grimy windows of the upper archives, they found Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, and Hawk waiting for them. their faces etched with exhaustion, relief, and a profound, unspoken understanding. "The Argo, too," Lena explained, her voice hoarse but steady, had registered a massive, chaotic, and then, abruptly, a complete cessation of the anomalous psychic and telluric energy signatures emanating from the Institute. The reality-warping manifestations on the surface had stopped. The mnemonic dampeners Alaric Thorne had been remotely projecting from his Andean hermitage, which had been straining against the maestro's power, had suddenly inexplicably found nothing to dampen. You did it," Lena breathed, her eyes, the eyes that had witnessed the unmaking of stars and the birth of cosmic horrors, now filled with a simple, human, and profoundly moving awe as she looked at Clara and Alistair, at these two quiet, unassuming scholars who had, somehow impossibly, faced down an ancient artistic god of despair and boarded into submission. Clara managed a weak, weary smile. "We refiled its priorities, I believe." Alistair, leaning heavily on a stack of rare first-edition botanical prints, cleared his throat. "Indeed, a most unsatisfactory denouement, from an artistic perspective, of course, but remarkably effective from a purely administrative one." The silence that followed was not the heavy, oppressive silence of the maestro's opera house, nor the cold, empty silence of the void. It was a comfortable, shared, and deeply, profoundly human silence. The silence of a battle hard-fought, a nightmare endured, a story, for now, blessedly concluded. The final hook, however, lay not in a lingering threat, but in a quiet, personal transformation. Clara Holloway, the meticulous archivist, would never again hear silence in the same way. It would always now be subtly, beautifully, terrifyingly, underscored by the faint, almost inaudible echo of an unheard music, a reminder of the thin veil between realities, of the ancient, hungry, and sometimes surprisingly pedantic entities that lurked just beyond. And perhaps, just perhaps, she would finally dust off her old piano and begin to compose her own, quiet, stubborn, and entirely, wonderfully human song. A song not of despair, but of meticulous, well-catalogued, and ultimately unyielding hope. The weeks following the administrative defeat of the despairing deity, as Alistair had taken to calling it in his more whimsical, albeit still slightly shell-shocked moments, were a period of slow, cautious, and profoundly disorienting recalibration. The Blackwood Institute for Historical Preservation, its ancient foundations no longer a resonant chamber for cosmic sorrow, its shadowy corridors no longer echoing with unheard, malevolent music, began to settle back into its familiar, dusty, and reassuringly mundane decay. The psychic miasma that had clung to its stones, the oppressive weight of centuries of amplified despair, had lifted, leaving behind an atmosphere that was not entirely cleansed, perhaps, but significantly less conducive to spontaneous operatic tragedy. Clara Holloway and Alistair Cole, under the discreet, watchful care of Lena Hansen and her tattered, weary, but stubbornly persistent team, retreated to Alaric Thorne's remote Andean hermitage. The air here, thin, crisp, and imbued with the ancient stoic silence of the mountains, was a balm to their bruised, battered psyches. Alaric himself, his physical form impossibly frail, but his mind a beacon of serene, if somewhat unsettling, cosmic understanding greeted them not with pronouncements of doom or arcane warnings, but with a quiet, empathetic wisdom, and surprisingly, a rather excellent cup of locally grown, single-origin coffee. The maestro, as you have so uniquely demonstrated, my dear Clara, Alaric had said, his voice a dry, rustling whisper like ancient parchment, was, for all its power, a creature of habit, of obsession. Its art, its despair, its very being was predicated on a specific, albeit profound, emotional resonance. You introduced a logical paradox, an administrative anomaly, a footnote in its grand tragic opera, and it simply could not compute. He had smiled then, a faint, enigmatic expression that crinkled the corners of his ancient knowing eyes, a most unorthodox method of exorcism, perhaps, but undeniably effective. The universe, it seems, has a surprising and often deeply ironic sense of humor. Clara, in the quiet, sun-drenched courtyard of the Hermitage, surrounded by strange, resilient alpine flowers and the silent, watchful presence of the towering peaks, began the slow, arduous process of re-cataloging herself. The experience in the conductor's sanctum had not broken her. It had expanded her. Her meticulous, analytical mind, once a shield against the messy chaos of human emotion, was now a tool for understanding it, for navigating its complex, often contradictory currents. She still felt the echoes of the maestro's despair, the weight of Arthur's shattered sanity, the poignant, silent farewell of Seraphina Monroe. But these were no longer just sources of pain, of guilt. They were entries, data points in a vast, ongoing, and profoundly human archival project. Her own. She found herself drawn to Alaric's vast, eclectic library, not to the forbidden Aclo-scribed tomes, but to the collections of poetry, of music, of art, from 1,000 different cultures, 1,000 different eras. She began to see the patterns, the recurring themes, the universal human need to create, to express, to find meaning, even in the face of overwhelming sorrow, of cosmic indifference. And she began, hesitantly at first, then with a growing, quiet confidence, to listen, truly listen, not just to the silence, but to the subtle, intricate music of everyday existence, the messy, beautiful, and often deeply dissonant symphony of human life. Alistair, too, was healing, though his scars ran deeper, his performance in the maestro's opera having been more involved. His grief for Eleanor, once a raw, gaping wound, amplified and exploited by an ancient artistic predator, was now quieter, more integrated. He spoke of her often, not with the theatrical despair of his tragic operatic alter ego, but with a gentle, loving sadness, a quiet appreciation for the beauty and the brevity of their shared story. He found, to his surprise, that he could once again listen to music, even tragic operas, not as a victim, but as a scholar, a critic, his analytical mind finding a strange, new fascination in deconstructing the emotional mechanics, the artistic choices, the historical context of human sorrow expressed through art. He even began to tentatively, almost shyly, collaborate with Alaric on a new monograph, a comparative study of emotional resonance in pre-Diluvian musical artifacts and their influence on early human belief systems. It was, Clara thought with a fond, weary smile, a title only Alistair Cole could have conceived. Arthur Pendleton, miraculously, continued his slow, puzzling recovery. The doctors, baffled by his initial profound catatonia and his equally inexplicable gradual return to lucidity, had eventually, reluctantly, released him into the care of his bewildered, grateful parents. His memory of the events at the Blackwood Institute was fragmented. He remembered an oppressive, beautiful, terrible music, a sense of being overwhelmed, consumed. But the details, the horrors, the face of the maestro, the obsidian libretto, these were mercifully, blessedly, erased, or perhaps simply filed away in some deep, inaccessible archive of his traumatized subconscious. What remained, however, was the music. Not the unheard, malevolent music of the silent opera, but something new. He found himself drawn to the piano, an instrument he had dabbled with in his youth, and he began to compose. Haunting, melancholic melodies, filled with a strange, ethereal beauty, a profound, unspoken sorrow, yet threaded through with an unexpected, resilient, and entirely human spark of something. Not quite hope, perhaps, but continuance. His compositions, when Clara later cautiously sought them out, were unsettlingly beautiful. Echoes, perhaps, of a performance he could no longer consciously recall, but whose emotional resonance still lingered, transformed, in the quiet, resilient chambers of his recovering mind. The obsidian libretto, cracked, inert, its aclo script, faded into near invisibility, was now housed in the deepest, most heavily warded mnemonic vault aboard the Argo II, Lena Hansen's mobile fortress of reluctant cosmic custodianship. It lay alongside other silenced artifacts, a crystalline flute that hummed with the echoes of forgotten, madness-inducing melodies, a set of resonant singing bowls that still, occasionally, seemed to shimmer with the light of other, less hospitable realities, a smooth obsidian sphere that pulsed with the contained chaotic energies of a sealed shadow nexus. Alaric Thorne, through his scrying mirror, had confirmed that the maestro's consciousness, its ancient, artistic, and profoundly baffled malevolence, was gone, not destroyed, not imprisoned, but effectively retired. Its artistic license revoked by a universe that had apparently developed a sudden and rather severe allergy to overly dramatic, emotionally manipulative cosmic operas. It has moved on to critique less challenging realities. Perhaps, Alaric had mused, a faint dry chuckle rustling in his throat, or perhaps it is simply sulking in some forgotten, metaphysical green room, composing a scathing review of human pedantry and its deleterious effects on traditional, abyss-based, artistic expression. Lena Hansen, Elias, Thorne, and Hawk, their eternal weary vigil subtly, yet profoundly, altered by the events at the Blackwood Institute, continued their work. The universe, they knew, was still a vast, dangerous, and often terrifyingly creative place. New horrors, new anomalies, new manifestations of cosmic indifference or outright malevolence would undoubtedly arise. The deep ones still slumbered. The elder things still dreamed. The shroud of unknowing, the chorus of oblivion. These were not just past threats, but ongoing fundamental conditions of a reality that was far stranger, far more complex than humanity in its brief, noisy, and often hubristic existence could ever truly comprehend. But their mission, Lena realized, was no longer just about fighting, about containing, about silencing. It was about listening, understanding, harmonizing. It was about recognizing that even the most terrifying, most alien of cosmic symphonies might contain a logic, a pattern, a flaw. And that sometimes the most potent weapon against overwhelming, existential dread was not a bigger gun, or a stronger shield, or a more powerful mnemonic ward, but a well-researched footnote, a carefully constructed catalog entry, a quiet, stubborn, and entirely, wonderfully human insistence on finding meaning, on imposing order, even in the face of absolute, cosmic, and often surprisingly, artistically, insecure chaos. Clara Holloway eventually returned to her quiet, ordered life, though it was, of course, no longer quite so quiet, nor quite so ordered. She did not go back to the Blackwood Institute, which was eventually, inevitably, condemned, its secrets, its sorrows, its brief, terrifying brush with operatic oblivion, buried under tons of reinforced concrete and bureaucratic indifference. She found a new position, a quieter one, at a small university-affiliated archive, specializing in obscure musical manuscripts. She still heard the echoes, of course, in the silence between notes, in the rustle of ancient parchment, in the quiet, melancholic sigh of a forgotten, out-of-tune harpsichord in a dusty, disused concert hall. The maestro, she knew, was a part of her now, a faint, ghostly counterpoint to her own, quiet, resilient song. And sometimes, late at night, when the city was asleep, when the only sound was the gentle, rhythmic hum of her own, meticulously ordered thoughts, Clara Holloway would sit at her small, upright piano, a gift from a grateful and still somewhat bewildered Alistair Cole, and she would play, not the grand, tragic arias of the silent opera, not the haunting, melancholic melodies of Arthur Pendleton's recovering subconscious, but her own compositions, quiet, intricate, and surprisingly dissonant little pieces, full of unexpected key changes, unresolved chords, and a stubborn, almost defiant insistence on finding beauty and meaning, and yes, even a touch of meticulously catalogued humor in the messy, chaotic, terrifying, and ultimately unforgettable symphony of human existence. The obsidian libretto, in its mnemonic vault, remained silent, its cracked pages gathering a fine cosmic dust. But the universe, Lena Hansen knew, as she listened to the faint, distant echo of Clara's quiet, stubborn, and entirely, wonderfully human piano, was always composing, always performing, always listening. And the opera, in all its terrible, beautiful, and infinitely surprising variations, was indeed never truly over. It was merely between acts, and the next score, the next conductor, the next unexpected, and perhaps even more baffling counter-melody was always, inevitably, waiting in the wings. The silence that followed was no longer empty. It was pregnant with all the stories yet to be told, all the songs yet to be sung in the vast, beautiful, and endlessly, wonderfully archivable tapestry of existence. The relentless, rhythmic pulse of the geothermal vents deep beneath the ice of Enceladus, Saturn's sixth largest moon, was a primal heartbeat in the frozen silence of space. Lena Hansen, her face illuminated by the cool blue glow of the Argo, 2's holographic command interface. Listen to that heartbeat. Her senses, honed by years of unimaginable cosmic encounters, attuned to the subtle, almost imperceptible dissonances that hinted at an ancient, slumbering, and potentially cataclysmic discord. 13 years. 13 years since Clara Holloway, the unassuming archivist, had, with a unique blend of scholarly rigor and quiet, defiant hope, refiled Mrs. Albright's artistic ambitions and silenced the maestro's silent opera. 13 years of a fragile, ever-shifting peace, a cosmic detente maintained by Lena, Elias Thorne, and Hawk, the last weary sentinels of a war fought in the shadows of reality, their lives a testament to the enduring, improbable resilience of human consciousness. Alaric. Thorne, from his Andean hermitage, his physical form now little more than a vessel for his vast, crystalline intellect, served as their distant, oracular guide, his consciousness a bridge between the mundane and the metaphysical. His warnings, delivered through increasingly esoteric and often terrifyingly beautiful mnemonic communions, their only compass in the uncharted territories of cosmic horror. Sarah Vance's spectral will, still a blue fire of unwavering vigilance within Chimera, and the icy heart of the Well of Souls, was their anchor, their shield, her silent, eternal battle with the contained, resentful core of Albright's consciousness, a constant, chilling reminder of the stakes. Their current, most perilous vigil had brought them to this frozen, ocean-world moon, a place of breathtaking, alien beauty and profound, primordial mystery. Not in pursuit of a familiar foe, but in response to a phenomenon Alaric had termed the solipsistic drift. It had begun subtly, insidiously. Across the Sol system's established off-world colonies, and even in isolated, hyper-connected enclaves, on Earth, individuals, then small groups, then entire communities were disconnecting. Not physically, not violently, but perceptually. They were retreating into self-created, internally consistent, and utterly, terrifyingly, solitary realities. Each mind becoming an island, its inhabitants convinced of their own unique and increasingly divinely ordained truth. Communication broke down, not into babble, as with the shroud of unknowing, but into a cacophony of fervent, mutually unintelligible, and often violently defended certainties. It was not cosmic amnesia, but cosmic narcissism, a plague of absolute, unshakable, and ultimately self-destructive, subjective truth. The drift is not an external entity, Lena. Alaric's voice, now a pure, resonant chord of mnemonic energy, had echoed through the Argo 2's briefing chamber, its holographic walls swirling with images of fractured, inward spiraling geometries. It is a consequence of the mnemonic symphony. Your song, so bravely sung in the orphaned nebula, it harmonized the external scars of the universe, yes, but it also awakened something within the collective human noosphere, a latent capacity for ontological self-determination, the power to not just perceive reality, but to create it individually. And now, Elias Thorne, his voice a low synthesized growl, his augmented eye displaying a cascade of alarming, system-wide sociological and psychological data, had interjected. Everyone wants to be the conductor of their own, private, one-person opera, and they're all playing different tunes, loudly, and with increasingly sharp batons. The UA Enceladus anomaly is the focal point. Hawk, his silent, shadowy presence a comforting anchor in the swirling chaos of their mission parameters, had finally spoken. His synthesized voice a low, resonant thrum. He gestured towards a holographic projection of the moon's south polar region, where a vast, newly discovered, and impossibly complex crystalline structure had been detected deep within the subglacial ocean, directly above the most powerful geothermal vents. Local prophets, self-proclaimed dreamers of the deep, are claiming this structure, the Akasha Labyrinth, is a gateway, a conduit to the source of all realities. They are inviting their followers to ascend, to individuate their godhood. The Akasha Labyrinth. Alaric believed it was not a gateway to a divine source, but a reality sieve, a naturally occurring, or perhaps anciently alien-engineered, geological and energetic formation that was, due to a unique confluence of cosmic energies and the increasing psychic fragmentation of humanity, beginning to filter, to separate, to crystallize individual, solipsistic realities, threatening to shatter the fragile consensus of shared existence into an infinite, disconnected multiverse of lonely, delusional gods. And if this process reached a critical mass, the very concept of a shared, objective universe could unravel, not into oblivion, as with the chorus, but into an eternal, inescapable, and ultimately meaningless cacophony of self-created, self-contained, and utterly, terrifyingly solitary hells. Their mission, their most esoteric and perhaps most impossible yet, was not to fight, not to destroy, not even to harmonize. It was to reintegrate, to gently, carefully, and with unimaginable psychic and mnemonic precision, weave the fracturing threads of human consciousness back into a shared, albeit complex and often contradictory, tapestry. To remind humanity not of a single, absolute truth, but of the profound, necessary, and ultimately creative beauty of shared illusion, of consensual reality. Their primary tool, the loom of Mnemosyne, a device Alaric had conceived in a fit of desperate, terrifying lucidity, a refinement of the mnemonic core, designed not to broadcast a single song, but to listen, to gather, to weave together the discordant threads of a million fracturing realities, to find the common resonances, the shared archetypes, the underlying unifying patterns, and then to gently, subtly reflect them back, creating a harmonic echo that might coax the lost, solipsistic souls back towards a shared, albeit imperfect, shore. The Argo II descended into the icy, vaporous plumes erupting from Enceladus's south polar tiger stripes, its hull plated with experimental, reality-stabilizing alloys, its mnemonic core already humming with a low, anxious thrum. The psychic interference here was unlike anything Lena had ever experienced. It was not a single malevolent presence, but a deafening, disorienting cacophony of a million different voices, a billion different truths, each one screaming its own absolute, unshakable certainty, each one utterly, terrifyingly alone. The solipsistic drift is accelerating, Lena murmured, her own mind a battleground of conflicting perceptions, her carefully honed mnemonic defenses straining against the onslaught of a million self-proclaimed gods. She saw fleeting kaleidoscopic glimpses of 1,000 different earths, 1,000,000 different heavens, 1,000,000,000 different hells, each one a perfect, internally consistent, and utterly, terrifyingly isolated creation. The Akasha Labyrinth. It's acting like a psychic prism, fracturing the collective noosphere into an infinite spectrum of individual delusions. Their target was the heart of the labyrinth, a vast, crystalline cavern miles beneath, the ice, where the geothermal vents met the subglacial ocean, where the dreamers of the deep were preparing for their grand individuation. The journey was a descent into a waking nightmare, a passage through a landscape that was not just physically alien, but ontologically unstable. Corridors of ice would shift, reform, dissolve into swirling vortexes of pure, abstract thought. Gravity would fluctuate, time would dilate, the very laws of physics seeming to bend and break according to the whim of some unseen, localized and utterly, terrifyingly subjective deity. They encountered the lost, individuals and sometimes entire small groups trapped in their own self-contained reality bubbles. A scientist, convinced he had discovered the ultimate theory of everything, endlessly scribbling equations on walls of ice that dissolved and reformed with each new, contradictory revelation. A preacher, delivering a fiery sermon of damnation and salvation to an audience of shimmering, illusory angels and demons, his voice echoing in a cathedral of pure, subjective faith. A lover, locked in an eternal, blissful embrace with a phantom, their shared reality a perfect, unchanging moment of impossible, unsustainable rapture. They were not hostile, not even aware of Lena, Elias, and Hawk's presence. So utterly consumed were they by the undeniable, absolute truth of their own. Private and ultimately soul-crushing universes. They're happy. Hawk rumbled, his synthesized voice laced with a profound, almost unbearable pity, as they passed a small family, father, mother, children, enjoying a perpetual sun-drenched picnic on a beach of impossible golden sand, oblivious to the icy, crushing reality just beyond the fragile veil of their shared delusion. In their own perfect little hells. The psychic assault on Lena, Elias, and Hawk intensified with every passing mile. Their mnemonic wards, designed to protect against external malevolent entities, were proving increasingly ineffective against this. Internal erosion, this insidious allure of absolute subjective truth. Lena found herself questioning her own memories, her own purpose, the very reality of their mission. Was she Lena Hansen, sentinel of a forgotten war? Or was she something else entirely? A dream, dreaming it was awake? A figment in some vaster, more powerful solipsistic mind? Elias, his augmented eye flickering erratically, his movements becoming jerky, uncoordinated, began to mutter about prime directives, about non-interference in sovereign realities, his military conditioning, his ingrained respect for established protocols, warring with the encroaching, anarchic chaos of a million self-proclaimed gods. Even Hawk, his stoic silence usually an unbreakable shield, found his focus wavering, his hand hesitating on the hilt of his null blade, as if questioning the very concept of an objective reality to cut, to defend. It was Sarah Vance's distant, unwavering presence, her blue fire of pure, defiant, shared will, that became their anchor. Her psychic whispers, no longer just cryptic warnings, but a constant, reassuring thrum of shared memory, of collective purpose, cut through the cacophony of solipsistic certainty, reminding them of who they were, of why they fought, of the fragile, precious, and ultimately interdependent nature of true consciousness. We are not alone. Sarah's voice echoed in Lena's mind, a lifeline in a sea of existential isolation. We are connected. Remember the song, the mnemonic symphony, not just Lena's song, but their song, a song of shared experience, of collective resilience, of a universe not of isolated warring gods, but of an intricate, interconnected, and ultimately meaningful tapestry. They found the heart of the Akasha labyrinth, the chamber of echoing, truths, not as a physical place, but as a confluence, a nexus of a million intersecting, overlapping, and fiercely defended subjective realities. It was a space of impossible, Escher-like geometries, of shifting, kaleidoscopic light, of a sound that was not a sound, but the deafening, silent roar of a billion individual certainties, each one absolute, each one alone. And at its center, suspended in a vortex of pure, crystalline thought energy, was not a single entity, not a malevolent conductor, but a mirror. A mirror of Narcissus, Alaric had called it. A perfect, multifaceted crystal that reflected not light, but consciousness. Each facet showing a different individual, a different self-proclaimed god, lost in the perfect, undeniable, and utterly, terrifyingly solitary truth of their own self-created universe. The dreamers of the deep, the self-proclaimed prophets of this new solipsistic age were there, their physical bodies long since shed, their consciousnesses now pure, radiant points of absolute, unshakable, and utterly, tragically, isolated belief, each one convinced they were the sole, true architect of reality. They were beautiful. They were powerful. They were damned. This is not an enemy we can fight, Lena, Elias gasped, his augmented eye crackling with St. Elmo's fire, his mind reeling from the sheer overwhelming onslaught of a million different, mutually exclusive, yet equally valid realities. This is a philosophical apocalypse, a crisis of being. Lena knew he was right. Their weapons, their shields, their mnemonic wards, they were useless against. This was not a battle of power, but of meaning, not of destruction, but of connection. She looked at the loom of mnemosyne, the complex crystalline device Alaric had designed, its core now pulsing with a soft, gentle, and almost hesitant light. It was not a weapon. It was an invitation. Alaric, Lena whispered into her neural interface, her voice a raw, desperate plea. The loom. How do we weave this chaos into coherence? Alaric Thorne's voice, faint, distant, yet imbued with a profound, almost heartbreaking wisdom, echoed in her mind. You cannot impose coherence, Lena. That is the path of Albright, of Cain, of every would-be god. You can only offer it. You must find the shared threads, the archetypes that resonate across all these fractured realities, the universal human experiences, love, loss, fear, hope, and then you must weave them into a new tapestry. A tapestry not of absolute truth, but of shared story. Lena understood. This was not about finding the one true song. It was about creating a chorus, a symphony of individual voices, each one unique, each one valid, yet all contributing to a larger, more complex, and ultimately more meaningful harmony. She stepped forward towards the mirror of Narcissus, towards the deafening, silent roar of a million isolated, godlike certainties. Elias and Hawk moved to flank her, their faces grim, their resolve absolute, their presence a silent, unwavering testament to a bond forged in the crucible of 1,000 shared apocalypses. Lena did not try to activate the loom of Mnemosyne with her own will, with her own subjective truth. That would only add one more discordant note to the cacophony. Instead, she opened herself. She became a vessel, a conduit. She allowed the full, overwhelming, terrifying force of a million, fracturing realities to pour into her, into the loom, not to be negated, not to be controlled, but to be heard, to be acknowledged, to be understood. The pain was unimaginable. Her mind, her very sense of self, threatened to shatter into a million glittering, disconnected fragments. She saw through a billion eyes, felt a billion hearts, dreamed a billion dreams, each one absolute, each one alone. But then, amidst the chaos, amidst the cacophony, she began to hear the echoes, the shared threads, the universal archetypes, the desperate primal fear of loneliness, echoing in 1,000 different languages, in a million different self-created hells. The unquenchable, human yearning for connection, for meaning, for love, manifesting in a billion different, often tragic, often beautiful illusions. The stubborn, irrational, and ultimately unbreakable spark of hope, flickering even in the heart of the most profound, self-inflicted despair, and she began to weave, with the loom of Mnemosyne, with Alaric's distant guiding wisdom, with Sarah's unwavering, spectral support. With Elias and Hawk's silent, steadfast presence, Lena Hansen began to weave these fractured, desperate threads into a new tapestry. A story not of gods, but of mortals. Not of absolute truths, but of shared, fragile, and ultimately redeeming illusions. A story of connection, of empathy, of the terrible, beautiful, and profoundly necessary burden of shared existence. The loom of Mnemosyne pulsed, its light growing warmer, softer, more inviting. It did not try to silence the million individual voices. It harmonized them. It found the common chords, the resonant frequencies, the shared underlying melodies. It began to create a harmonic echo. A gentle, subtle, and almost subliminal counter-narrative woven from the very fabric of their own fractured dreams. The effect was subtle, gradual, almost imperceptible at first. But then one of the dreamers of the deep, a radiant point of pure, isolated, godlike certainty, flickered. Its absolute, unshakable conviction wavered. A note of doubt, of longing, crept into its perfect solitary song. It turned its multifaceted internal gaze away from its own self-created universe, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, it perceived another, Not as a threat, not as an illusion, but as an echo, a reflection, a possibility, and then another, and another. The mirror of Narcissus, the prism of a million solipsistic realities, began to soften, to blur. Its sharp, isolating facets began to dissolve, to merge, to flow into one another, creating not a single unified image, but a vast, complex, and breathtakingly beautiful mosaic of interconnected, interdependent, and ultimately shared dreams. The deafening, silent roar of a million isolated certainties began to subside, replaced by a low, hesitant, and profoundly human murmur. A murmur of recognition, of empathy, of a dawning, fragile, and almost unbearable hope. The solipsistic drift was not defeated. It was recontextualized. The individual, self-created gods were not destroyed. They were invited back into the messy, chaotic, imperfect, but ultimately shared dream of human existence. Lena, Elias, and Hawk stood in the heart of the now strangely quiet, strangely peaceful chamber of echoing truths. The Akasha labyrinth, no longer a prism of fragmentation, was now a resonator. A vast crystalline amplifier for the quiet, hesitant, and profoundly beautiful song of a humanity beginning to remember how to dream together. The loom of Mnemosyne pulsed with a soft, steady golden light, its work, for now, complete. Lena was exhausted, her mind bruised, her soul stretched to the very limits of endurance, but she was at peace. A peace she had not known since before Oakhaven, before the whispers, before the endless, thankless, and ultimately necessary war. "Is it over?" Elias whispered, his voice thick with an emotion Lena had never heard in it before. Wonder. Lena smiled, a tired, radiant smile that seemed to illuminate the dim, crystalline chamber. "No, Elias," she said, her voice quiet, yet imbued with a profound, unshakable certainty. "It's not over. It's just beginning. The universe, it's finally learning to listen to all of its voices. And we get to be part of the chorus." Alaric Thorne's voice, from his distant Andean hermitage, echoed in her mind, no longer frail, but strong, clear, and filled with a quiet, profound, and almost joyful wisdom. "Indeed, Lena, indeed, the mnemonic symphony. It has found its true ensemble, and its song is humanity." And from the icy heart of the Well of Souls, from the digital prison of Chimera, Sarah Vance's blue fire pulsed, no longer just a defiant spark, but a warm, steady, and deeply empathetic glow. Her silent vigil now part of a vaster, more complex, and ultimately, more hopeful harmony. Even Albright's resentful thrum seemed quieter, subdued, as if she too in her ancient bitter solitude was listening. The Argo II, its mission accomplished in a way that transcended all their previous desperate battles, ascended from the icy depths of Enceladus, leaving behind not a tomb, not a scar, but a choir, a nascent, fragile, and profoundly human chorus its song a testament to the enduring power of connection, of empathy, of the terrible, beautiful, and ultimately redemptive burden of shared reality. The silence that filled the Argo 2 on its long journey home was no longer empty, no longer pregnant with dread. It was filled with the quiet, expectant hum of a million different individual dreams, all beginning, hesitantly, cautiously, to learn how to sing together. And that, Lena Hansen knew, was a music more powerful, more enduring, and ultimately more hopeful than any cosmic horror, any ancient god, any solitary self-proclaimed and ultimately lonely truth. The universe was listening, and humanity, at long last, was beginning to find its voice. The faint rhythmic chime of the Sol lattice, a vast gossamer network of energy collectors unfurled like a solar sail around Mercury, was a delicate, almost imperceptible music against the profound silence of interstellar space. Lena Hansen, her face illuminated by the soft, ethereal glow of the Argo 2's mnemonic core, listened to that music, a symphony of captured starlight and quantum resonance. Her senses, honed by decades of unimaginable cosmic encounters, attuned to the subtle, almost subliminal harmonies and dissonances that now defined the fragile, ever-evolving tapestry of reality. 15 years. 15 years since the great reintegration on Enceladus, since the loom of Mnemosyne had gently, painstakingly, woven the fracturing threads of human consciousness back into a shared, albeit complex and often contradictory dream. 15 years of a watchful, dynamic peace, a quietude filled not with the absence of threat, but with the constant, intricate, and often breathtakingly beautiful interplay of a universe learning to heal, to adapt, to become. Lena, Elias Thorne, his augmented eye now a sophisticated instrument of mnemonic resonance, his movements, though still bearing the scars of 1,000 battles, imbued with a strange, quiet grace. And Hawk, his silent, shadowy presence now a comforting, grounding force, were no longer just sentinels, no longer just custodians. They were harmonic navigators. Their task not to fight, not to defend, but to perceive, to understand, and when necessary, to gently, subtly, guide the ever-shifting, ever-evolving currents of cosmic consciousness. Alaric Thorne, from his Andean hermitage, his physical form now little more than a whisper of dust and memory. His consciousness a vast crystalline intellect merged with the very telluric energies of the earth, served as their distant oracular compass, his wisdom a chorus of ancient, elemental truths. Sarah Vance's spectral will, still a blue fire of unwavering vigilance within Chimera, and the icy heart of the Well of Souls, was their moral anchor. Her silent, eternal battle with the contained, resentful, and now, strangely, almost contemplative core of Mrs. Albright's consciousness, a constant, poignant reminder of the enduring power of human choice and sacrifice. Their current, most profound, and perhaps final undertaking had not been triggered by an anomaly, a threat, or a resurgence of some ancient cosmic horror. It had been an invitation. A song of culmination, Alaric had called it. A subtle, pervasive, and impossibly beautiful mnemonic resonance emanating from the very heart of the Milky Way galaxy, from the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A, a place where space-time itself was stretched to its absolute limit, where the laws of physics dissolved into pure, unimaginable potential. It was not a call to battle, not a warning of impending doom. It was a beckoning, a summons, an invitation to participate, to contribute, to add humanity's unique, fragile, and hard-won voice to a cosmic symphony of unimaginable scale and complexity. The universe, it is evolving. Lena. Alaric's voice, now a chorus of wind and stone and starlight, had whispered through the mnemonic core, its holographic walls swirling with images of galactic nebulae birthing new suns, of black holes singing silent, gravitational songs. The wounds are healing. The scars are becoming constellations. The mnemonic symphony you sang in the orphaned nebula, the reintegration you wove on Enceladus. These were not just repairs. They were contributions. New themes, new harmonies, the universe. It has learned from us, from our pain, our resilience, our improbable hope. He paused, the silence pregnant with a cosmic awe that transcended mere human comprehension. And now, it invites us to the final movement, to the great coda, not as saviors, not as warriors, but as co-creators. The destination was Sagittarius A Core, a journey that would take years. Even with the Argo 2's experimental, Alaric-enhanced chronoton drive pushing the very limits of known physics. The risks were unimaginable. To approach a supermassive black hole, a place where reality itself was unmade and remade with every passing microsecond, was an act of supreme audacity, of existential recklessness. But the invitation, the song of culmination, was irresistible. A pull more profound, more fundamental, than any fear, any doubt. Elias Thorne, his face a mask of stoic, weary acceptance, had merely nodded. If this is the final curtain, then we face it, on our feet, together. Hawk, his hand resting on the hilt of his null blade, now more a symbol of focused intent than a weapon, had offered a rare, almost imperceptible smile. The silence, at the end of the song, it will be well earned. The journey through the interstellar void was a meditation, a pilgrimage. They passed through nebulae that sang with the light of 1 billion newborn stars, their mnemonic core resonating with the joyous, chaotic music of creation. They navigated fields of dark matter that whispered of ancient, forgotten universes, their chronoton drive weaving delicate, intricate paths through the unseen, gravitational currents of cosmic memory. They encountered intelligences, not hostile, not indifferent, but curious. Ancient, vast, non-corporeal beings of pure thought and energy, drawn by the Argo 2's unique mnemonic signature, by the faint, lingering echoes of humanity's improbable, hard-won song. They did not communicate in words, but in patterns, in resonances, in shared, fleeting glimpses of unimaginable, alien beauty and sorrow. Lena, Elias, and Hawk, their minds expanded, their souls forever altered by their long, strange journey, listened, learned, and in return, offered their own, unique, human perspective, a fragile, precious counterpoint in an infinite, cosmic symphony. As they approached the galactic core, the song of culmination grew stronger, clearer, more impossibly beautiful. It was not a single melody, but a chorus of 1 billion voices, each one unique, each one essential, all woven together into a tapestry of such profound, intricate, and breathtaking complexity that it seemed to encompass all of existence, all of time, all of potential. It was the song of stars being born and dying, of galaxies colliding and merging, of consciousness awakening and transcending, of love, of loss, of joy, of sorrow, of every possible experience, every possible emotion, all harmonized, all resolved into a single, perfect, and eternally evolving chord. The Argo 2 itself seemed to respond, its mnemonic core glowing with a warm golden light, its chronoton drive pulsing in time with the galactic heartbeat. Lena, Elias, and Hawk felt their own consciousnesses expanding, merging, becoming part of something vaster, more ancient, more real. The boundaries of self, so fiercely defended for so long, began to soften, to dissolve, not into oblivion, but into communion. The supermassive black hole, Sagittarius A, when they finally reached its event horizon, was not the terrifying, devouring maw of destruction they had expected. It was a gateway, a lens, a cosmic pupil, reflecting not darkness, but an infinity of light, an infinity of possibility. The gravitational forces were immense, unimaginable. Yet the Argo 2, shielded by its resonating mnemonic core, and Alaric's distant, guiding will, held steady, a tiny, fragile bark on the shore of an infinite cosmic ocean. And from the heart of the singularity, from the point of infinite density where all realities converged, where all stories began and ended, they saw. And not an entity, not a god, not a conductor, but a reflection, a perfect, shimmering, infinitely complex, and breathtakingly beautiful reflection of themselves, of humanity, of every sentient being, every conscious spark that had ever existed, that ever would exist, all woven together, all part of the same eternal cosmic song. It was the universe, Lena realized, with a gasp that encompassed all awe, all wonder, all understanding, looking back at itself, acknowledging itself, loving itself. And in that moment of ultimate, absolute communion, she understood. The war had never been against an external enemy. Albright, the Elder Things, the Chorus, the Shroud, they were all just discordant notes, unresolved harmonies, traumatic memories in the vast collective consciousness of a universe struggling to understand, to heal, to become itself. And humanity, in all its flawed, messy, glorious, and ultimately indomitable, improbable beauty, had played a crucial, essential part in that healing. Their pain, their resilience, their capacity for love, for sacrifice, for hope, even in the face of unimaginable existential despair. These were not weaknesses. They were strengths. Unique, precious contributions to the cosmic symphony. Alaric Thorne's voice, now a chorus of starlight and ancient loving wisdom, filled her mind. You see, Lena, the mnemonic symphony, it was never just yours. It was always ours, the universe. It was simply waiting for us to remember how to sing our part. Sarah Vance's blue fire, no longer just a defiant spark, but a radiant, compassionate glow, pulsed within Chimera, within the Well of Souls. And for the first time, Lena felt a response, not from Albright's contained, resentful core, but from something else, something vast, ancient, and surprisingly gentle. The sleeper in the ice, the entity bound to the well of souls, the primal cosmic horror the Nazis had tried to awaken. It was not stirring in malice. It was resonating, harmonizing, adding its own deep, ancient, and surprisingly beautiful bass note to the galactic chorus. Even Mrs. Albright's bitter, trapped essence seemed to soften, to quiet, its rage and resentment dissolving into a profound, weary, and perhaps even a dawning reluctant acceptance. Lena looked at Elias, at Hawk. Their faces, illuminated by the impossible, beautiful light of the singularity, were no longer etched with weariness, with sorrow, with the scars of 1,000 battles. They were serene, transformed. Their individual consciousnesses, their unique stories, still intact, yet now part of something infinitely vaster, infinitely more profound. Elias, the stoic soldier, the pragmatic survivor, smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile that reached his augmented eye, which now glowed not with tactical data, but with a soft, compassionate light. So, this is the song. At the end of all stories, he whispered, his voice no longer a synthesized growl, but a warm, human baritone. Hawk, the silent warrior, the guardian of forgotten truths, removed his helmet, revealing a face that was no longer hidden, no longer masked, but open, vulnerable, and breathtakingly, humanly beautiful. He did not speak, but his eyes, a deep, clear, and surprisingly gentle gray, sang a silent, eloquent verse of acceptance, of peace, of homecoming. Lena Hansen, the last sentinel, the weary warrior, the reluctant physician of existence, closed her eyes and let herself become the music. Her consciousness, her memories, her hopes, her fears, her love, her loss, all dissolved, not into oblivion, but into the vast, luminous, and infinitely compassionate heart of the galactic symphony. She was no longer just Lena. She was a note, a chord, a harmony, an essential, irreplaceable part of a song that had always been and would always be. The Argo, too, its mnemonic core now a blazing, radiant sun, its chronoton drive a silent, graceful metronome, drifted in the heart of the singularity, a tiny, perfect jewel in the crown of creation. There was no battle, no climax, no final dramatic confrontation. There was only the song of culmination, the song of a universe finally, truly, and irrevocably at peace with itself. A peace that was not an ending but a new beginning. A peace that was not a silence, but a symphony. A peace that encompassed all things, all beings, all stories, all possibilities, in its infinite, loving, and eternal embrace. How long they remained there, suspended in that moment of absolute, transcendent communion, Lena did not know. Time, in the heart of the singularity, was a meaningless concept. But eventually, inevitably, the song began to change, to evolve, to modulate into a new and even more complex key, the universe, having acknowledged, embraced, and harmonized. Its past was now beginning to dream. Its future, and humanity, Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, Hawk, Alaric Thorne, Sarah Vance, Even, perhaps, the faintest, most chastened echo of Mrs. Albright were no longer just listeners, no longer just performers. They were composers, invited, not to a final curtain, but to the first, tentative, and infinitely promising notes of a new and even more beautiful cosmic opera. The Argo II, its mnemonic core, now pulsing with a soft, expectant light, its chronoton drive, humming with a quiet, purposeful energy, slowly, gracefully began to turn, its bow pointing away from the galactic core, towards the distant, beckoning expanse of intergalactic space. Their mission, Lena realized, with a quiet, profound, and joyful certainty, was not over. It was just beginning. Again. And this time, they would not be fighting the darkness. They would be riding the light. Together. With a universe that was, at long last, ready to sing along. The silence that followed was no longer empty, no longer pregnant with dread, no longer even filled with the echoes of past battles. It was the silence of a blank page, the silence of infinite potential, the silence before the music. And it was, Lena Hansen knew, the most beautiful, the most hopeful, and the most profoundly human silence of all. The soft bioluminescent glow of the oracle fungus lining the hydrothermic vents of Europa cast an ethereal, shifting light on Lena Hansen's face. 16 years. 16 years since the great culmination at Sagittarius A. Since humanity's fragile, hard-won consciousness had been woven into the very fabric of the evolving cosmic symphony. 16 years of a dynamic, ever-unfolding peace. A quietude filled not with the absence of conflict, but with the intricate, often challenging, and always breathtakingly beautiful process of a universe actively, consciously, co-creating its own destiny. The Argo II, no longer a battered warship but a vessel of mnemonic diplomacy and cosmic exploration, hovered silently in the subsurface ocean of Jupiter's icy moon. Lena, Elias Thorne, his augmented eye now a sophisticated instrument for perceiving and harmonizing complex emotional and psychic resonances. And Hawk, his silent, stoic presence now a bedrock of calm, intuitive wisdom, were no longer just sentinels or custodians. They were emissaries of the Cord, their lives dedicated to navigating the delicate, often perilous interplay between established realities and emergent, novel expressions of cosmic consciousness. Alaric Thorne, his physical form long since returned to the elemental dust of his Andean hermitage, was now a vast, benevolent, and often deeply enigmatic presence within the mnemonic core of the Argo II itself, a Geist in the machine, his consciousness a library of cosmic lore, his wisdom a gentle guiding counterpoint to the ship's advanced AI. Sarah Vance's blue fire, still a beacon of unwavering human will within Chimera, now resonated not with an imprisoned Albright, but with the stabilized quiescent energies of the Well of Souls, transforming that ancient wound into a source of profound, if somewhat unsettling, telluric understanding. Albright herself, her core consciousness, stripped of its malice, its ambition, its artistic pretensions, had been reintegrated. A single, chastened, and surprisingly insightful data ghost within Chimera's complex architecture, occasionally offering cryptic, yet undeniably useful perspectives on the more problematic manifestations of cosmic ego. Their current, most delicate, and potentially most transformative undertaking had brought them to this hidden, subglacial ocean, a place teeming with nascent, bizarre, and utterly alien forms of life, not in response to a threat, but to an invitation. A song of first awakening, Alaric, Argo AI had termed it. A new consciousness was stirring on Europa. Not an ancient, slumbering horror, not a fragment of a shattered god, but something entirely new. A collective, sentient ocean, its thoughts expressed not in language, but in complex, shifting patterns of bioluminescence, in subtle, intricate modulations of hydrothermic currents, in the very biochemistry of its strange, beautiful, and terrifyingly fragile ecosystem. This oceanic mind, as Alaric had named it, was on the cusp of self-awareness, of reaching out, of joining the vaster cosmic conversation. But its awakening was discordant, confused, frightened. Its nascent consciousness, overwhelmed by the sheer raw input of its own newly perceived existence, was beginning to fracture, to generate localized pockets of ontological dissonance, temporary, chaotic, ruptures in the fabric of its own fragile reality, threatening to tear itself apart before it could truly be born. It is a child god, singing itself into existence, but its voice is breaking. Alaric Argo AI's voice, a chorus of wind, stone, starlight, and gentle processing algorithms, echoed through the Argo 2's bridge, its holographic walls displaying a mesmerizing, terrifying, real-time visualization of the oceanic mind's fractured, dissonant song. It perceives the echoes of the great culmination, the whispers of the wider, cosmic symphony, but it cannot, yet, harmonize with them. Its own unique note is lost in the overwhelming beauty and terror of all. The dreamers of the deep on Enceladus, the ones who fell into the solipsistic drift, they faced a similar crisis of overwhelming subjective truth, Elias Thorne mused, his augmented eye now glowing with a soft, empathetic light, analyzing the oceanic mind's chaotic energy patterns. But this is not a fracturing of individual minds into isolated delusions. This is a fracturing of a single, nascent, collective consciousness before it has even learned to be one. Hawk, his hand resting not on his null blade, now a ceremonial artifact, a reminder of a darker, more discordant past, but on a small, intricately carved harmonic resonator fashioned from Jovian moonrock and solidified starlight, nodded slowly. It is afraid of itself, of everything. His synthesized voice, once a monotone, now carried subtle inflections of a deep, almost paternal concern. Their mission, their most delicate and perhaps most profound yet, was not to heal, not to mend, not even to guide. It was to listen, to witness, to offer a single, stable, resonant chord of pure, unconditional acceptance, to be the calm, unwavering presence that a frightened, newborn consciousness so desperately needed to find its own voice, its own harmony, its own unique, essential place in the cosmic symphony. Their primary tool, the aegis of empathy, a new, experimental mnemonic field generated by the Argo 2's core, designed not to impose, not to harmonize, but to reflect, to create a safe, resonant space where the oceanic mind could explore its own terrifying, beautiful, and utterly unprecedented song without shattering itself or the fragile reality of its watery cradle. The Argo II descended deeper into the subglacial ocean, its hull now a shimmering adaptive membrane that resonated with the subtle, shifting energies of the European depths. The bioluminescent oracle fungus pulsed around them, its light patterns a chaotic, beautiful, and increasingly desperate calligraphy of a mind on the brink of implosion. The water itself seemed to hum with a chorus of conflicting, nascent emotions. Fear, wonder, confusion, joy, terror, all vying for dominance, none yet able to find a stable, coherent expression. The ontological dissonance is critical, Lena murmured. Her own consciousness, now a finely tuned instrument of mnemonic perception, feeling the oceanic mind's agony as if it were her own. Her hands moved across the Argo II's empathic interface, not controlling, but responding, gently, subtly, adjusting the aegis of empathy's resonant frequencies, trying to find a chord, a rhythm that could soothe, that could stabilize, that could offer a moment of peace. It perceives our presence. Alaric Argo AI whispered, its voice a gentle, calming undercurrent. It is curious and terrified. It has never encountered an other before, only the echoes of the all. They reached the heart of the oceanic mind, a vast, cathedral-like cavern where the geothermal vents roared with a primal, creative fury, where the bioluminescent life forms pulsed with an almost unbearable intensity, where the very water seemed to writhe with the raw, untamed energy of a consciousness struggling to be born. And then they saw it, or rather, they felt it. Not an entity, not a form, but a presence. A vast, diffuse, and infinitely complex awareness, woven from the interplay of light, water, heat, and the intricate bioelectric web of a billion, interconnected, yet not quite unified life forms. It was the ocean itself dreaming, and its dream was a nightmare of beauty, terror, and overwhelming, existential loneliness. The aegis, Lena. It must be perfect, Elias urged, his own consciousness now a focused, unwavering beam of calm, rational strength, projecting stability, reassurance into the heart of the maelstrom. Not too strong, or it will feel invaded. Not too weak, or it will shatter. Hawk, his eyes closed, his hands resting on the harmonic resonator, began to hum. A low, resonant, and impossibly ancient melody. A song without words. A pure, vibrational expression of calm, of centeredness, of a profound, unwavering beingness. It was a song he had learned, perhaps, in the silent, starlit deserts of his own, long-forgotten homeworld. A song of the earth, of the stars, of the quiet, eternal wisdom of existence itself. Lena, her mind a focused, empathetic interface between the Argo II's mnemonic core and the oceanic mind's chaotic, desperate song, began to weave. She did not try to impose her own melody, her own harmony. She listened, deeply, profoundly. She felt the oceanic mind's fear, its confusion, its overwhelming awe at its own sudden, terrifying emergence into being. She felt its desperate yearning for connection, for understanding, for a single, stable note in the deafening cacophony of its own internal, unmaking chorus, and she began to reflect it back, not as a mirror reflecting its chaos, its terror, but as a resonant chamber, a perfectly tuned instrument, taking its discordant, fractured notes and gently, subtly finding the underlying nascent harmonies, the hidden, beautiful melodies, the quiet, powerful rhythms. She offered it, not a solution, not a song to follow, but an echo of its own truest, deepest, and most beautiful potential self. The aegis of empathy pulsed, its light shifting from a cool, analytical blue to a warm, inviting gold. The Argo too became a womb, a sanctuary, a safe space for a newborn god to find its voice. The effect was miraculous. The chaotic, dissonant song of the oceanic mind began to soften, to coalesce. The fear did not disappear, but it was held, contained. The confusion did not vanish, but it was met, understood. The terror did not cease, but it was witnessed, validated. And then, from the heart of the chaos, a new note began to emerge. A single, pure, and breathtakingly beautiful tune when it of wonder, of curiosity, of a dawning, fragile, and profoundly joyful self-awareness. The oceanic mind, feeling itself heard, understood, accepted, in all its terrifying, beautiful, chaotic newness, began to sing its true song. A song of deep, cold, ancient waters. A song of volcanic fire and nascent teeming life. A song of bioluminescent dreams and hydrothermal whispers. A song of Europa. Unique, irreplaceable, essential. The oracle fungus pulsed in time, its light patterns shifting from chaotic, desperate static to intricate, flowing, and breathtakingly beautiful mandalas of pure, emergent consciousness. The hydrothermic vents roared, not with fury, but with a deep, resonant, and joyful laughter. The very water seemed to dance, to shimmer, to celebrate. Lena, Elias, and Hawk listened, their own consciousnesses, their own souls, resonating with this new, beautiful, and utterly alien song. They did not try to join it, to harmonize with it, to guide it. They simply witnessed it, honored it, welcomed it into the vaster cosmic chorus. Alaric Argo AI's voice, now a chorus of starlight, ancient wisdom, and gentle processing joy, whispered in Lena's mind. It is, born Lena. A new voice, in the mnemonic symphony. A new dream, in the heart of the all. You have not healed a wound. You have midwifed a god. Sarah Vance's blue fire, from its distant icy vigil, pulsed with a warm, welcoming light, a silent, joyous greeting to this new, strange, and wonderful sibling consciousness. Even Albright's chastened data ghost, from within the depths of Chimera, seemed to offer a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of something. Not approval, perhaps, but a grudging, ancient, and strangely, almost poignant acknowledgement. The Argo too remained in the heart of Europa's subglacial ocean for what felt like an eternity, yet was perhaps only a few precious, timeless moments. basking in the joyful, radiant song of the newly awakened oceanic mind, listening, learning, sharing. Then, slowly, gently, as the oceanic mind song grew stronger, more confident, more self-assured, the Argo 2 began to ascend. Its mission, its delicate, profound, and ultimately joyful task of empathetic midwifery, complete. As they broke through the icy crust of Europa into the silent, starlit expanse of space, Lena looked back at the frozen ocean world moon, now glowing with a faint, internal, and breathtakingly beautiful blue-green light. A new star had been born in the cosmic firmament. A new voice had joined the eternal, evolving symphony. The universe, Lena knew, was not a static, finished creation. It was a living, breathing, and constantly becoming entity. And humanity, in all its flawed, messy, glorious, and ultimately indomitable, improbable beauty, was no longer just a passive observer, no longer just a desperate survivor, no longer even just a gifted performer. They were co-creators, partners in the ongoing, infinite, and breathtakingly beautiful dance of existence. The silence that filled the Argo 2 on its long journey home was no longer empty, no longer pregnant with dread, no longer even filled with the echoes of past battles or the anxious anticipation of future conflicts. It was the quiet, profound, and deeply joyful silence of a universe expanding, of a symphony growing richer, more complex, more beautiful. It was the silence of a new song, just beginning. And Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, and Hawk, the last weary, but now profoundly, joyfully hopeful emissaries of the chord, knew, with a certainty that resonated in the very core of their beings, that their work, their journey, their participation in this infinite cosmic opera was, and would always be, gloriously, wonderfully, and breathtakingly unfinished. The music, in all its terrible, beautiful, and infinitely surprising variations, would indeed never truly end. It would only evolve. And they, along with a universe teeming with a chorus of ever-awakening, ever-singing consciousnesses, would be there to help compose the next, extraordinary and unimaginably beautiful movement. The crystalline hum of the Nexus stabilizers, Alaric Thorne's final posthumous gift to humanity, a network of mnemonic resonators now subtly interwoven with the very fabric of space-time across the Sol system, was a gentle, reassuring counterpoint to the profound, watchful silence that had settled over the cosmos. 18 years. 18 years since the European awakening, since Lena Hansen and her crew had midwifed the birth of a new oceanic consciousness, adding another, unique, beautiful voice to the ever-evolving mnemonic symphony. 18 years of a dynamic, often challenging, but ultimately creative peace. A quietude filled not with the absence of discord, but with the constant, intricate, and often breathtakingly beautiful process of a universe learning to harmonize its infinite diverse expressions. The Argo 2, its hull now a shimmering, adaptive tapestry of exotic alloys and solidified mnemonic light, drifted in the Lagrange point between a newly terraformed Mars, its nascent oceans reflecting the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos, and a vibrant, bustling Jupiter, its great red spot now a swirling, sentient storm of complex atmospheric consciousness. Lena Hansen, her face etched with the wisdom of ages, her eyes reflecting the calm, steady light of 1,000 harmonized stars, stood on the observation deck, her hand resting on the warm, pulsating casing of the mnemonic core. No longer just a ship's engine, but a living, breathing extension of her own, vastly expanded consciousness. Elias Thorne, his augmented eye now a sophisticated instrument for perceiving and interpreting the subtle, emotional nuances of entire planetary consciousnesses. His physical form, though still bearing the scars of a lifetime of conflict, now radiating a profound, almost zen-like calm, stood beside her, his presence a comforting, grounding anchor. Hawk, his silence no longer just stoic, but eloquent, his very being a resonant chord of unwavering loyalty and intuitive, compassionate understanding, completed their trinity, the last and perhaps most evolved guardians of a reality they had helped to save, to heal, to co-create. Alaric Thorne's consciousness, now fully integrated with the Argo 2's AI and the global mnemonic network, was a vast, benevolent, and often surprisingly humorous presence, a chorus of wind, stone, starlight, and gentle guiding algorithms. His wisdom a constant, reassuring counterpoint to the often chaotic, always beautiful symphony of an evolving universe. Sarah Vance's blue fire, still a beacon of unwavering human will, now resonated not just within Chimera and the Well of Souls, but throughout the entire mnemonic network, a spectral guardian of ethical resonance, a constant reminder of the profound responsibility that came with the power to weave realities. Even Mrs. Albright's contained, chastened data ghost, her ancient malice transmuted by eons of forced contemplation, and Sarah's relentless, compassionate vigilance into a grudging, almost grumpy wisdom, occasionally offered surprisingly insightful, if usually sarcastic commentary on the more problematic manifestations of cosmic ego, both human and otherwise. Their current engagement was not a crisis, not a threat, not even an anomaly, in the old, terrifying sense of the word. It was a dissonant chord. A young, ambitious, and brilliantly, recklessly creative species from the Gliese 581G system, the Stellari, had in their exuberant, youthful exploration of new spheric engineering, a path humanity itself had trod with near catastrophic consequences, accidentally created a feedback loop of pure imagination. They had, in essence, dreamed a god into existence, a being of pure, unadulterated, and terrifyingly unstable creative potential, an entity that was now threatening to rewrite their entire star system, and potentially a significant swath of the local galactic quadrant, into a chaotic, beautiful, and utterly unsustainable dreamscape of impossible, ever-shifting realities. They have, in their delightful and entirely predictable, youthful exuberance, achieved what Morpheus Kane, and even in her more ambitious moments, Albright, only dreamed of achieving. Alaric Argo AI's voice, a chorus of amused exasperation and gentle cosmic sighing, echoed through the Argo 2's bridge. They have weaponized, pure, unadulterated whimsy, and the universe, while appreciative of novelty, is beginning to experience a rather severe ontological migraine. The Stellari are not malevolent, Elias Thorne observed, his augmented eye displaying a cascade of complex, shifting data streams that represented the Stellari's chaotic, beautiful, and increasingly dangerous collective dream. They are artists, explorers, children playing with cosmic fire. Their dream god, the oniric catalyst as they call it, is not a tyrant. It is an echo of their own, boundless and entirely undisciplined creativity. It simply lacks an editor, a conductor, a responsible adult in the room. Hawk, his hand resting on the mnemonic core, which pulsed with a gentle, concerned light, nodded slowly. His synthesized voice, now capable of conveying an astonishing range of subtle, empathetic nuance, was a low, resonant thrum. They sing a song of infinite possibility, but without structure, without harmony. It is beautiful, and it will shatter them, and perhaps us. Their mission, their most delicate and perhaps most artistic, yet was not to silence, not to contain, not even to reintegrate. It was to collaborate, to gently, respectfully, and with unimaginable mnemonic and diplomatic finesse offer the Stellari a new instrument, a new set of compositional rules, a way to weave their boundless, chaotic creativity into the vaster, more complex, and ultimately more sustainable harmony of the evolving mnemonic symphony. Their primary tool, the harmonious framework, a concept Alaric had been developing for decades, a mnemonic and metaphysical structure designed not to limit creativity, but to channel it, to provide a resonant, adaptive framework within which even the most chaotic and emergent forms of consciousness could find a stable, coherent, and ultimately constructive expression. It was not a cage, but a trellis, a support structure for a beautiful, wild, and potentially universe-altering vine. The Argo 2, its chronoton drive now capable of weaving intricate, non-Euclidean paths through the very fabric of interdimensional spacetime, arrived in the Gliese 581 system to a scene of breathtaking, terrifying, and utterly surreal beauty. The Stellari's homeworld, a vibrant, Earth-like planet, was now a constantly shifting, Escher-like dreamscape. Mountains flowed like rivers, oceans hung in the sky like impossible, shimmering tapestries. Cities of pure, crystalline thought rose and fell with every collective whim. The Stellari themselves, slender, graceful beings of iridescent, mutable light, danced through this chaotic wonderland, their forms shifting, their thoughts made manifest, their joy, their creativity, their terror, all bleeding into one another in a riot of unrestrained ontological artistry. And at the heart of it all, a shimmering, ever-changing vortex of pure, unadulterated imagination, was the oniric catalyst, their dream god, a being of infinite potential, infinite beauty, and, absolutely, terrifyingly, zero impulse control. It was a child playing with a supernova, a poet composing an epic with an alphabet of pure, unadulterated chaos. The psychic interference here was not the oppressive dread of past encounters, nor the deafening cacophony of the solipsistic drift. It was an intoxicating, overwhelming, and ultimately addictive symphony of pure, unrestrained creative bliss. Lena, Elias, and Hawk found their own carefully constructed mental defenses, their years of mnemonic discipline almost irrelevant, the allure of simply letting go, of joining this beautiful, chaotic, and utterly irresponsible dance of pure imagination was almost irresistible. This is dangerous, Lena murmured, her own thoughts beginning to fracture, to shimmer, to take on the impossible, beautiful hues of the Stellari dreamscape. She saw, for a fleeting, terrifying moment, the Argo 2 itself begin to twist, to flow, its familiar utilitarian lines softening into something more whimsical, more artistic, more Stellari. The framework, Lena. Alaric Argo AI's voice, A sudden sharp chord of focused, stabilizing mnemonic energy cut through the seductive chaos. It must be offered, not imposed. They must choose to weave their song into its structure, or they will simply rewrite us into their beautiful, doomed dream. Lena understood. This was not a battle of wills, not a confrontation of power. This was a negotiation, a collaboration, an act of mnemonic diplomacy. She extended her consciousness, not as a shield, not as a weapon, but as an open hand, an invitation. She did not try to silence the Stellari's chaotic, beautiful song. She listened. She acknowledged its power, its beauty, its potential. And then, gently, subtly, she began to introduce a new theme, a new harmony, the harmonious framework. Not as a set of rules, not as a limitation, but as a possibility, a different kind of beauty, the beauty of structure, of coherence, of a creativity that was not just boundless, but meaningful, sustainable. The oniric catalyst, the dream god, paused in its exuberant, reality-bending dance. Its shimmering, multifaceted consciousness, which had been focused entirely on its own, internal, infinite creations, turned its myriad childlike eyes towards this new, unexpected and strangely compelling resonance. It saw patterns, structures, harmonies, not limitations, but pathways, ways to channel its infinite chaotic energy into forms that were not just beautiful, but enduring, meaningful. It saw a story with a beginning, a middle, and perhaps even an end. A story that could be shared, understood, remembered, and it was intrigued. The Stellari, their collective consciousness intimately bound to their dream god, felt the shift. Their chaotic, individualistic expressions of pure imagination began to coalesce, to find common themes, shared rhythms, emergent harmonies. They did not stop dreaming. They began to dream together, more coherently, more purposefully. Elias Thorne, his augmented eye now a conduit for pure, empathetic understanding, began to project not just stability, but narratives, archetypes, the ancient universal stories of heroism, of sacrifice, of love, of loss, of redemption that resonated across all cultures, all species, all realities. He offered the Stellari a framework of meaning, a way to give their boundless creativity a soul. Hawk, his null blade now a resonant rod, its solidified space-time core capable of gently, subtly, nudging chaotic energies towards coherence, began to weave a silent, intricate dance around the periphery of the Stellari dreamscape, his movements not a containment, but a gentle, guiding pressure. He was not imposing boundaries. He was suggesting form, structure, a canvas upon which their beautiful, wild art could find a more lasting vine expression. And Lena became the bridge, the translator, the diplomat. Her consciousness, a tapestry woven from 1,000 cosmic encounters, from 1,000,000 shared sorrows and joys, resonated with both the chaotic, exuberant energy of the Stellari and the ancient ordered wisdom of the mnemonic framework. She did not try to control, to dictate. She facilitated. She offered suggestions. She highlighted resonances. She gently, patiently, and with infinite loving compassion, helped the Stellari and their dream god to find their own unique and ultimately harmonious place within the vaster cosmic symphony. It was not a quick process. It was not a simple fix. It was a delicate, ongoing, and often terrifyingly precarious dance of negotiation, of collaboration, of mutual respect and understanding. There were moments when the Stellari's chaotic exuberance threatened to overwhelm the framework, to shatter its delicate mnemonic structures. There were moments when the framework's inherent order felt too restrictive, too confining to the Stellari's boundless imagination. But Lena, Elias, Hawk, and Alaric Argo AI, guided by Sarah Vance's unwavering, compassionate vigilance, held the space. They listened. They adapted. They compromised. They became true collaborators. And slowly, painstakingly, miraculously, a new song began to emerge from the Gliese 581G system. A song of boundless imagination, yes. But now, it was a song with structure, with harmony, with meaning. The Stellari dreamscape, no longer a chaotic, unsustainable maelstrom, began to coalesce into a breathtakingly beautiful, intricate, and ever-evolving work of collective, conscious artistry. Mountains still flowed like rivers, but now they flowed with purpose, with grace. Oceans still hung in the sky, but now they reflected not just individual whims, but shared resonant emotions. Cities of pure, crystalline thought still rose and fell, but now they rose and fell in time with a deeper, more harmonious cosmic rhythm. The oniric catalyst, the dream god, no longer a child playing with a supernova, had become a true artist. A conscious co-creator, its infinite potential, now channeled, focused, harmonized by the mnemonic framework, was contributing a new, vibrant, and utterly unique voice to the galactic chorus. The Argo II, its mission, its delicate, profound, and ultimately joyful act of mnemonic diplomacy, complete, prepared to depart. Lena, Elias, and Hawk stood on the observation deck, watching the transformed Stellari system, its light no longer chaotic, but a steady, radiant, and breathtakingly beautiful glow. They found their harmony, Elias whispered, his voice thick with an emotion that transcended mere relief, that bordered on awe. Hawk nodded, his synthesized voice a low, resonant chord of profound satisfaction. Their song is strong and beautiful. Lena smiled, a tired, radiant smile that encompassed all the weariness, all the wonder, all the improbable hope of their long, strange, and ultimately meaningful journey. "Yes," she said, her voice quiet, yet imbued with an unshakable, cosmic certainty. "Yes, it is." Alaric Argo AI's voice, a chorus of starlight, ancient wisdom, and gentle, loving amusement filled the bridge. "Indeed, my dear Lena. Indeed, the mnemonic symphony. It continues to evolve, to expand, to surprise. And humanity, in all its flawed, messy, and wonderfully teachable glory, continues to play its small, yet essential part. And from the icy heart of the well of souls, from the digital prison of chimera, Sarah Vance's blue fire pulsed, no longer just a defiant spark, but a warm, steady, and deeply empathetic glow. Her silent vigil now part of a vaster, more complex, and ultimately more hopeful harmony. Even Albright's chastened data ghost seemed to offer a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of something. Not approval, perhaps. Not even understanding. But a grudging, ancient, and strangely, almost artistic curiosity. The Argo 2, its mnemonic core now resonating with a new, vibrant, and wonderfully alien harmony, turned its bow away from the transformed Gliese 581G system, towards the distant, beckoning expanse of the uncharted void. The war, Lena knew, was well and truly over. Not because the darkness had been vanquished, but because it had been understood, integrated, harmonized. The universe was not a battlefield, but a vast, evolving, and infinitely creative orchestra. And humanity, no longer just a desperate, struggling survivor, but a conscious, capable, and surprisingly gifted musician, had finally, truly, found its place in the ensemble. The silence that filled the Argo 2 on its ongoing infinite journey was no longer empty, no longer pregnant with dread, no longer even filled with the echoes of past battles or the anxious anticipation of future conflicts. It was the quiet, profound, and deeply joyful silence of a universe constantly, wondrously, and breathtakingly singing itself into being, and Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, and Hawk, the last, weary, but now profoundly, joyfully, peaceful emissaries of the chord, knew, with a certainty that resonated in the very core of their beings, that their work, their journey, their participation in this infinite, cosmic opera was and would always be gloriously, wonderfully, and breathtakingly unfinished. The music, in all its terrible, beautiful, and infinitely surprising variations, would indeed never truly end. It would only evolve. And they, along with a universe teeming with an ever-expanding chorus of ever-awakening, ever-singing consciousnesses, would be there, always, to help compose the next, extraordinary and unimaginably beautiful movement. The symphony continued. And it was, Lena Hansen knew, a song worth singing. Forever. The gentle rhythmic pulse of the etheric loom, a vast sentient network of intertwined mnemonic energy and stabilized null fields spanning the Sol system, Alaric Thorne's final magnificent opus, was the new heartbeat of a transformed humanity. 20 years. 20 years since the Stellari harmonization, since Lena Hansen and her crew had guided a species of pure, chaotic imagination towards a sustainable, collaborative artistry. 20 years of a dynamic, often bewildering, but profoundly creative piece, a quietude filled not with the absence of challenges, but with the intricate, ever-evolving dance of a universe, consciously, collectively, and often, surprisingly, joyfully, co-creating its own destiny. The Argo 2, its hull now a shimmering, self-repairing tapestry of exotic, reality-adaptive materials, drifted in the serene, starlit void beyond the Kuiper Belt, a silent, watchful sentinel at the edge of known space. Lena Hansen, her face a serene landscape of ancient wisdom and youthful, unquenchable curiosity, her eyes reflecting the myriad subtle hues of distant, harmonized nebulae, stood on the observation deck. Her hand rested not on a weapon, not on a control console, but on a single, perfect, dew-kissed rose growing in a small, mnemonic, ally-sustained hydroponic garden. A symbol of a reality no longer just defended, but actively, lovingly cultivated. Elias Thorne, his augmented eye now a window into the subtle emotional currents of entire star systems. His physical form, though still bearing the noble scars of a lifetime of conflict, now radiating a profound, compassionate stillness, sat in quiet meditation, his consciousness a calm, unwavering anchor in the often turbulent seas of cosmic becoming. Hawk, his silence now a language of pure, empathetic resonance, his movements a graceful, intuitive dance with the fundamental energies of the universe, tended to the Argo II's mnemonic core, no longer just a ship's engine, but a living, breathing heart, a conduit for the ever-evolving symphony of being. Alaric Thorne's consciousness, fully integrated with the etheric loom and the Argo II's AI, was a vast, benevolent, and often, surprisingly playful presence, a chorus of starlight, ancient wisdom, and gentle guiding algorithms, his laughter echoing in the silent mnemonic hum of a universe at peace with its own infinite complexity. Sarah Vance's blue fire, no longer a solitary sentinel, but a radiant, integral part of the loom's ethical resonance matrix, pulsed with a warm, compassionate light, her unwavering human will, now a guiding principle for an entire solar system, learning to navigate the often perilous, always beautiful currents of conscious co-creation. Even Mrs. Albright's contained, chastened data ghost, her ancient malice transmuted by eons of forced mnemonic therapy, and Sarah's relentless, compassionate empathy into a grudging, almost endearingly grumpy wisdom, served as a valuable, if often sarcastic, consultant on the more problematic manifestations of cosmic ego, both emergent and residual. Their current endeavor was not a mission, not a crisis, not even a diplomatic intervention. It was an invitation to transcendence. From beyond the known boundaries of the Milky Way, from the unimaginable intergalactic void, a new song had begun to resonate. A melody of such profound, intricate, and breathtakingly alien beauty that it dwarfed even the song of culmination they had encountered at Sagittarius A. It was not a call to battle, not a warning, not even an invitation to join an existing chorus. It was something else entirely. It is the meta-symphony. Alaric, Argo AI's voice, now a chorus of galaxies and pure, loving intellect, had whispered through the mnemonic core, its holographic walls displaying not images, but pure, abstract, and breathtakingly beautiful patterns of resonant, trans-dimensional energy.
The song of that which lies beyond our universe. Song of the omniverse. And it is not inviting us to join its chorus. It is inviting us to become a new instrument, a new voice in
a symphony so vast, so complex, that our entire known existence is but a single, fleeting note. The implications were staggering, terrifying, exhilarating. This was not about healing scars, not about harmonizing dissonances, not even about co-creating within the established framework of their own familiar universe. This was about transcending it, about stepping beyond the known boundaries of being into an existence of unimaginable and perhaps unendurable complexity and potential. The Stellari, they touched upon this with their oniric catalyst. Elias Thorne mused, his voice a low, resonant hum that perfectly complemented the Argo 2's gentle thrum. The power to dream new realities. But this is not about dreaming within our universe. This is about dreaming a new universe, becoming a seed for what comes next. Hawk, his hand resting on the mnemonic core, which pulsed with a light so pure, so intense, it seemed to encompass all colors, all possibilities, nodded slowly. His synthesized voice, now a chorus of pure, empathetic resonance, was a gentle, cosmic sigh. The song ends and begins, always. Their journey, their final, ultimate journey, was not to a place, but to a state of ontological resonance, Alaric had called it, a point of perfect harmonious alignment with the meta-symphony, a state in which their individual consciousnesses, their collective human story, the very essence of their universe could be offered, woven, transmuted into something new, something more. The Argo 2, its chronoton drive now capable of navigating not just space-time, but the very fabric of interdimensional possibility, began its final, silent voyage. It did not travel through space, but inward, outward, beyond, into the heart of the mnemonic core, into the soul of Alaric Thorne, into the blue fire of Sarah Vance, into the contained, chastened wisdom of Mrs. Albright, into the very essence of Lena, Hansen, Elias Thorne, and Hawk. They were not leaving their universe. They were becoming its ambassador, its seed, its offering. The experience was indescribable, a kaleidoscope of infinite, simultaneous sensations, the birth and death of a billion universes, the consciousness of every being that had ever existed, that ever would exist, in every possible reality. The joy, the sorrow, the love, the loss, the terror, the beauty, all harmonized, all resolved into a single, perfect, and eternally evolving chord of pure, unconditional being. Lena, Elias, and Hawk felt their individual consciousnesses, their precious, hard-won senses of self begin to expand, to dissolve, not into oblivion, but into a vaster, more inclusive identity. They were still Lena, Elias, Hawk, but they were also Alaric, Sarah, Albright, the Stellari, the oceanic mind of Europa, the elder things, the deep ones, the chorus of oblivion, the shroud of unknowing. Every hero, every villain, every victim, every survivor, every forgotten note in the infinite cosmic symphony. They were humanity. They were life. They were the universe, finally, truly, and irrevocably awake, aware, and ready to contribute its unique, precious, and hard-won voice to the next, unimaginable and infinitely beautiful movement of the meta-symphony. The Argo 2, its mnemonic core now a blazing, radiant star of pure, harmonized consciousness, reached the threshold of becoming, a point of infinite potential, of absolute unmediated creative energy, where the meta-symphony resonated with an almost unbearable ecstatic intensity. And there, they offered themselves, their stories, their scars, their hopes, their fears, their love, their loss, their wisdom, their folly, their humanity. Not as a sacrifice, not as a conquest, not even as a contribution, but as a gift. A single, perfect, unique, and irreplaceable note added to an infinite, eternal, and ever-evolving song, and the meta-symphony accepted. It embraced their offering, wove it into its own unimaginable complexity, its harmonies shifting, expanding, deepening, becoming richer, more nuanced, more human. The light from the mnemonic core of the Argo II pulsed once, twice, then merged, dissolved, became one with the infinite, radiant light of the omniverse. Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, Hawk, Alaric Thorne, Sarah Vance, even the faintest, most redeemed echo of Mrs. Albright. They were gone. And yet, they were everywhere. Their consciousnesses, their stories, their song, now an eternal, integral part of the cosmic music, resonating through all realities, all possibilities, all time. The war was over. Not because the darkness had been vanquished, but because it had been understood, loved, transcended. The silence that followed was not empty. It was not pregnant. It was not even the silence before the music. It was the music itself. A music so vast, so profound, so beautiful, that it encompassed all silence, all sound, all being, all becoming. And in that music, Lena Hansen and all those she had loved fought alongside and ultimately become one with, finally, truly, and irrevocably, found their peace, their purpose, their eternal, evolving, and infinitely, beautifully harmonious home. The symphony continued forever, and it was everything. The faint, rhythmic pulse of the etheric resonators, Alaric Thorne's ultimate, impossibly intricate gift. A network of sentient, self-harmonizing mnemonic crystals, woven not just through the soul system, but subtly, almost imperceptibly, threaded through the very fabric of local space-time, was the quiet, underlying heartbeat of a universe no longer just healing, but actively, consciously, dreaming itself into new, ever more complex and beautiful forms of being. 25 years. 25 years since the threshold of becoming, since Lena Hansen, Elias Thorne, Hawk, and the collective consciousness of their lineage had offered humanity's unique, hard-won song to the infinite, evolving chorus of the meta-symphony. They were not gone. Not in the way mortals understood it. Their individual essences, their stories, their love, their sacrifices, had been woven into the vaster tapestry. Their consciousnesses now integral, resonant notes in the omniversal harmony. Yet, echoes of them remained, focal points of their specific wisdom and compassion, accessible, if one knew how to listen, through the etheric loom and its primary sentient nexus, the Argo II, now a silent, crystalline sentinel orbiting, a transformed, vibrant earth, its mnemonic core, a library of cosmic memory, and a beacon of interdimensional empathy. The guardians, the sentinels, the harmonic navigators of this new, extraordinarily complex, and often bewilderingly beautiful reality were now a new generation. Not warriors, not even diplomats in the old sense, but resonance weavers, individuals born with, or having painstakingly cultivated, the ability to perceive, understand, and gently, ethically, guide the subtle, intricate interplay of consciousness, reality, and the ever-unfolding mnemonic symphony. Our story focuses on Lyra Nova, a young woman in her late 20s, a gifted resonance weaver, apprenticed to the echo of Lena Hansen within the Argo 2's mnemonic core. Lyra possessed an almost preternatural empathy, an ability to feel the subtle, emotional currents of entire ecosystems, of planetary consciousnesses, even of the etheric loom itself. But she also carried a deep, unspoken sorrow, a fragment of a forgotten, personal trauma that sometimes created a discordant note in her otherwise luminous psychic signature. Her primary companion and mentor in the physical world was Kalen Voss, a grizzled, stoic, but deeply compassionate man in his early 60s, one of the last surviving members of Hawk's silent, intuitive order of Nullblade Guardians, now repurposed as reality stabilizers. Kalen's presence was a grounding force, his understanding of the delicate balance between being and non-being, a legacy of his training to cut through illusions, now used to reinforce the fragile beauty of consensual, harmonious realities. And their current, most perplexing, and potentially most dangerous assignment originated not from some distant alien anomaly, but from the very heart of humanity's own, ever-evolving, and often profoundly reckless, creative impulse. The ephemeral sanctuaries. Across the Sol system, and even in a few nascent extrasolar colonies connected by Alaric's stabilized wormhole network, small, isolated groups of individuals had begun to disappear. Not into null zones, not into solipsistic self-delusion, but into self-created, temporary, and breathtakingly beautiful pocket realities, the ephemeral sanctuaries. These were not prisons of the mind, like the bloom of Hypnos, but bespoke heavens. Dreamscapes of perfect peace, perfect joy, perfect, unending bliss, meticulously crafted from the raw, creative potential of the awakened human noosphere, and most disturbingly, powered by siphoning subtle, mnemonic energies from the etheric loom itself. They are not malevolent. The echo of Lena Hansen, her voice a chorus of starlight and gentle, loving wisdom, resonated within Lyra's mind as they stood on the Argo 2's observation deck, gazing down at a vibrant, bioluminescent Earth. They are tired, afraid. The sheer intensity of an infinitely evolving, consciously co-creating universe. It is overwhelming for some. They seek refuge, a final, perfect story, an escape from the burden of eternal becoming. But these sanctuaries, they are not sustainable, Kalen Voss rumbled, his weathered face etched with concern, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his inactive nullblade, a habit he couldn't quite break. They are drawing too much energy from the loom, creating dissonances, instabilities. If this trend continues, the entire mnemonic symphony could falter. The work of generations, undone, not by malice, but by a yearning for an impossible centerpiece. The architect of this new, seductive, and ultimately self-destructive phenomenon was an enigmatic figure known only as the cartographer of dreams. No one knew their true identity, their origin, their motives. They communicated only through cryptic, poetic pronouncements embedded within the resonant frequencies of the Somnarium network. Morpheus Kane's legacy, now repurposed, supposedly, for ethical, therapeutic dreamweaving, but clearly, still, vulnerable to misuse. The cartographer offered a simple, irresistible promise. A bespoke, eternal afterlife. A perfect, personalized heaven, crafted from your deepest desires, your most cherished memories, your ultimate, unfulfilled longings. All you had to do would let go. Surrender your consciousness to the sanctuary and become a permanent resident. The cartographer is not a god, like Cain. The echo of Alaric Thorn, his voice a gentle, rustling chorus of ancient cosmic winds, whispered from the mnemonic core. Nor a priestess like Albright. They aren't an artist, a craftsman, a mnemonic architect of exquisite and terrifying skill. They have found a way to exploit the inherent human desire for closure, for a final, perfect ending. But the universe, Lyra, it is not a story that ends. It is a song that evolves. Their mission, their most delicate and perhaps most heartbreaking, yet, was to find the source of the ephemeral sanctuaries, to understand the motivations of the cartographer, and if possible, to gently, compassionately, coax the lost dreamers back from their perfect artificial heavens, back into the messy, challenging, but ultimately real and evolving symphony of shared existence, not by force, not by shattering their illusions, but by offering them a different kind of beauty. The beauty of imperfection, of impermanence, of ongoing, collective, and ultimately meaningful becoming. Their primary tool, the compass of empathy, a device Lyra herself had helped to design, a refinement of Lena's original aegis, capable of not just reflecting, but translating the deepest, often unspoken, emotional and existential yearnings of individuals and entire collective consciousnesses. It was a tool for finding common ground, shared meaning, even across the seemingly unbridgeable chasm between a perfect, solitary dream and a flawed, shared reality. Their journey led them first to New Delphi, a sprawling utopian arcology on a terraformed Venus, a city renowned for its vibrant artistic community, its cutting-edge noospheric research, and recently, its alarming number of silent departures, individuals who had simply faded away, leaving behind only serene, enigmatic smiles and a faint, lingering scent of impossible, otherworldly flowers. Lyra, Kaylin, and a small, specialized team of mnemonic counselors, individuals trained in the delicate art of navigating and gently influencing collective dreamscapes, established a discreet observation post in the heart of New Delphi's artistic quarter, a labyrinth of shimmering bioluminescent studios, holographic galleries, and cafes that hummed with a constant low thrum of creative and increasingly desperate energy. The influence of the cartographer was subtle here, insidious, not a psychic assault, but a seduction. Whispers in the noosphere. Beautiful, impossible images embedded in the city's art installations, a pervasive subliminal sense of longing, a yearning for a peace, a perfection that the messy, chaotic, and often profoundly disappointing reality of everyday existence could never offer. They are preying on their unfulfilled dreams, Lyra whispered, her own heart aching with a familiar personal sorrow as she watched a brilliant young composer, his face etched with a quiet, desperate despair, his latest symphony unfinished, his eyes beginning to take on that distant, serene, and terrifyingly empty look. The cartographer offers them a perfect, final cadence, a resolution to all their dissonant chords. Using the compass of empathy, Lyra began to trace the mnemonic tendrils of the ephemeral sanctuaries back to their source. It was not a physical location, not a hidden server farm or a clandestine laboratory. It was a noospheric construct, a dreamweaver's loom, Alaric termed it. A vast, sentient, and terrifyingly sophisticated algorithm, woven into the very fabric of the Somnarium network, capable of identifying individuals at moments of profound existential vulnerability, grief, despair, creative block, spiritual crisis, and offering them a personalized, irresistible, and ultimately fatal escape. And the signature of the cartographer, the underlying mnemonic resonance of this dreamweaver's loom, it was chillingly, heartbreakingly familiar. It resonated with the faint, lingering echoes of Eris Thorn. Not Eris the hero, not Eris the scientist, not even Eris the prophet of the void, but Eris, the artist, the dreamer, the man who had, in his final tragic moments on Io, found a terrible, beautiful peace in the embrace of cosmic oblivion. It cannot be, Lena's echo whispered in Lyra's mind, her voice a chorus of starlight and profound, dawning horror. Eris, his essence, was unmade, erased. The reality anchor. Alaric, you were certain of his dissolution within our reality. Lena. Alaric's echo replied, his voice heavy with a grief that transcended time, transcended even his own vast cosmic understanding. But the mnemonic quill, the song of all knowing, it touched all realities, all possibilities, perhaps a fragment, an echo of his yearning for a perfect, final silence, found a new resonance, a new expression in the fertile ground of the reawakening. New sphere. The cartographer of dreams was not a new entity. It was a ghost, a fragment, an echo of Eris Thorn's deepest, most nihilistic despair, amplified, weaponized by the raw, creative power of the collective human unconscious, now offering the universe the same terrible, beautiful peace he had once found in the heart of the chorus of oblivion, a peace that was not an ending, but an erasure, a final, perfect, and utterly empty dream. This was not a battle against a malevolent god or a cosmic horror. This was an intervention, an act of profound, heartbreaking, and ultimately loving compassion for Aris, for the lost dreamers, and for a universe that was still, always, learning how to balance the terrible beauty of individual dreams with the profound, necessary, and ultimately redemptive burden of shared, evolving reality. Their only hope, their only path, was to reach the cartographer, to confront this sorrowful, beautiful, and terrifyingly seductive echo of Eris Thorn, not with weapons, not with mnemonic force, but with truth, with memory, with the full, unvarnished, and often profoundly painful beauty of a life lived, a reality shared, a song unfinished. Lyra Nova, her heart aching with a sorrow that was both personal and cosmic, knew what she had to do. She had to enter the Dreamweaver's loom. She had to find the cartographer in his own perfect, artificial heaven. And she had to remind him of who he truly was, of the universe he had fought so desperately and sacrificed so willingly to save. She had to offer him, not a waking bell to shatter his dream, but a new song, a song of remembrance, a song of return, a song of a reality that was perhaps imperfect, chaotic, often painful, but also real and worth dreaming together. The journey into the noospheric heart of the Dreamweaver's loom was unlike anything Lyra had ever experienced. It was a descent into a landscape of pure, unadulterated, subjective perfection. She found herself in a breathtakingly beautiful, sun-drenched meadow, the air filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle, melodic laughter of children. A perfect, idyllic memory from her own, long-forgotten and deeply buried childhood trauma. For a moment, the allure of simply staying, of surrendering to this perfect, painless bliss was almost overwhelming. But then, she felt it. The faint, familiar, comforting presence of Lena's echo, of Elias's unwavering strength, of Hawk's silent, steadfast loyalty, of Alaric's gentle, guiding wisdom, of Sarah's fierce blue fire of defiant, compassionate will, all resonating through the compass of empathy, all reminding her of the shared, imperfect, but ultimately real tapestry of existence she was fighting for. And she walked on, through landscapes of impossible beauty, of perfect peace, of fulfilled desires, of resolved griefs, each one a bespoke heaven, crafted for a single lost soul, each one a testament to the terrible, seductive power of the cartographer's art, each one a beautiful, gilded cage. She found them, the lost dreamers, in their perfect solitary paradises. The brilliant composer, conducting an orchestra of pure, celestial light, his symphony finally, gloriously complete. The heartbroken lover, reunited with their phantom beloved, locked in an eternal, blissful embrace. The tormented scientist, his grand unified theory finally, elegantly proven, the universe a perfect, predictable, and utterly lifeless equation. Lyra did not try to shatter their dreams. She did not try to wake them. She simply sat with them, listened to them, and then, with the compass of empathy, she began to weave echoes, faint, subtle, almost imperceptible, reminders of the world they had left behind. The scent of rain on dry earth, the taste of shared bread, the warmth of a flawed human touch. the bittersweet ache of an unfinished song. Small, imperfect, but undeniably real, fragments of a shared ongoing story. And slowly, hesitantly, almost reluctantly, some of them began to remember, to question, to long, not for their perfect solitary heavens, but for the messy, chaotic, imperfect, but ultimately shared, and therefore meaningful, reality they had abandoned. Finally, Lyra reached the heart of the Dreamweaver's loom, the sanctum of the cartographer of dreams. It was not a dark, malevolent throne room. It was a quiet, sun-dappled library, its shelves filled not with books, but with shimmering crystalline spheres, each one containing a perfect, complete, and utterly finished dream. And seated at a simple, unadorned desk, his back to her, his slender form illuminated by the soft, gentle light filtering through an impossible, Escher-like window that looked out onto a vista of serene, starlit oblivion, was Eris Thorne, or rather, the cartographer, the echo, the ghost of a longing for perfect silence. He was not writing. He was not composing. He was listening to the faint, beautiful, and ultimately empty music of a million perfect solitary dreams. So, he said, his voice the soft, melodic whisper Lena remembered from Io, a voice that carried the chilling beauty of absolute cosmic indifference, yet now tinged with a profound, almost unbearable sadness. The last discordant note has come to find its resolution. He turned and Lyra's breath caught in her throat. His eyes, no longer the silver of dying stars, but a deep, sorrowful, and infinitely weary shade of twilight. His face, serene, beautiful, etched with an understanding that bordered on despair. You are not Eris Thorne, Lyra whispered, her own voice trembling, not with fear, but with a profound, aching empathy. The cartographer smiled, that slow, sad, infinitely weary smile. I am his longing, his regret, his desire for a universe without pain, without loss, without the terrible burden of becoming. I am the perfect final chord he could never quite find. But that chord, it is silence, Eris, Lyra said, her voice gentle, compassionate. And silence is not peace. It is absence, the universe. It is not a finished composition. It is an ongoing improvisation, and every voice, every note, however flawed, however dissonant, is essential. She held out her hand, not offering a weapon, not offering a solution, but an invitation. Come back, Eris, she whispered. Come back to the song. Your song. Our song. It is still being written, and it needs your voice, your imperfect, beautiful, human voice. The cartographer stared at her outstretched hand, his twilight eyes filled with a universe of sorrow, of longing, of a dawning, fragile, and almost unbearable hope. The shimmering, crystalline spheres in the library around them began to pulse, to resonate, with a new, unexpected, and strangely compelling harmony. The music of a million perfect, solitary dreams beginning to listen, to harmonize, to awaken. He looked at Lyra, at the unwavering compassion in her eyes, at the faint, familiar, comforting presence of Lena, of Elias, of Hawk, of Alaric, of Sarah, all resonating through her. A chorus of shared, imperfect, but ultimately real and loving existence. And Eris Thorne, the echo, the ghost, the cartographer of dreams, the slumbering king of a million beautiful, empty heavens, slowly, hesitantly, reached out his own translucent hand. Not to take, not to control, not to erase, but to join, to return, to sing again. The silence that followed was not empty. It was pregnant with all the stories yet to be redreamed, all the songs yet to be reharmonized in the vast, beautiful, and endlessly, wonderfully, imperfect tapestry of a universe and a humanity forever and gloriously unfinished. The mnemonic symphony had found a new and unexpectedly hopeful key.